Chapter 1505. After returning to the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei didn't plan to stay there for long. In Han Fei's eyes, the position of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island was actually not very important. After all, he had managed the real City of Justice, whose territory was far more vast than that of the Thousand Star City. Therefore, after taking over the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was very good at managing the city. After Han Fei established the City of Justice, almost everyone on the Scattered Stars Island was stunned by what he did. Everyone, including Shueishenqi, was surprised. Could it be that the talent of managing a city was also innate? After all, Han Fei had no management experience at all before and only knew how to rob all day long. How could Shueishenqi not know this? Not to mention Shueishenqi, how many senior officials on the Scattered Stars Island didn't know this? Therefore, at the beginning, many people held a rather suspicious attitude about Han Fei. However, a year later, when the expanded City of Justice was placed in front of everyone, no one said anything. Many people who had doubted Han Fei, if they were not hostile forces, often raised their thumbs and praised Han Fei, feeling proud from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, after Han Fei returned, he immediately summoned hundreds of inspectors and the heads of the major departments on the Scattered Stars Island for a meeting in the general's mansion. These people were also very convinced of Han Fei. At this moment, there were hundreds of people sitting in the hall. Han Fei stood in front of the sea map with his back to them and looked up at the sea map. Everyone was still puzzled. Could it be that the commander-in-chief had another idea? After a long time, Han Fei said, "Everyone, why can't the Scattered Stars Island draw the sea map of the entire sea area?" After waiting for a few seconds, a middle-aged man said, "General Han, the sea area is so vast. How can we really draw it? Previously, it was only about 2 million kilometers, because our battle with the sea demons is only within this range, after all. I'm afraid that it's beyond our reach if it's further." Han Fei looked back at the person who spoke and recalled. The inspector of the pioneer group, Qin Muji. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile and thought to himself, "Do you know me, General Han?" Han Fei hummed and said, "Haven't the pioneer groups been to further places? For example, 5 million miles away? Or, have you ever been to the Level 3 fishery and the 36 towns in the unknown place?" Qin Muji was briefly stunned. Seeing that Han Fei was discussing this topic openly, he immediately said, "The 36 towns are about 2 million kilometers east of the Scattered Stars Island, which is also a place we guard. The existence of the Level 3 fishery is actually a protection for the 36 towns. It completely blocks the 36 towns behind." Han Fei smiled and said, "Look, the sea is only so big. No matter how unknown the unknown lands were, it was only relative, because in the past no ordinary person could cross millions of miles of sea. There's simply too many powerful beings along the way." While talking, Han Fei looked at these people and said, "You are all the backbone members of the Scattered Stars Island. Many of you should know the secrets of this sea area, right?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Qin Muji and the others all showed subtle expressions. Of course, some people were dumbfounded and thought, "Is there any big secret in this sea area?" Han Fei didn't wait for them to ask, but said straightforwardly, "This sea area is 8 million kilometers wide and is surrounded by a huge seal. That is to say, the space we rely on to survive is only 8 million kilometers." Hearing this, many people were shocked. They had never heard of this secret before. However, they soon understood it from the expressions of the people around them and even their friends. It seemed that they just didn't know it yet. Some of the more experienced people knew this secret. Han Fei smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. In my opinion, this is not a secret at all. 8 million kilometers is very big, but it's also very small. I can't allow the sea demon Venerable to live in this sea area. So, I'm going to go to sea, hunt the remaining sea demons, and destroy the Black Killer Snail King." Wow! The people in front of him were stunned. "General Han, are you going to war again? Didn't the war just end a year ago? Last year, When the sea demon venerables died, blood rained all over the sky, causing rain to fall on the scattered stars island for more than a month. The ground in some places was still red. Now, Han Fei was going to fight again and hunt the black killer snail king? Didn't they say that it was a projection of a demi-king? Did Han Fei really dare to be so reckless? Immediately, Tian Heng of the Tactical Command Center said, General Han, I think the top priority is a good time for the human race to recuperate. The sea demons have lost their power. In the next 100 years, the entire human race will develop at an extremely fast speed. At that time, strong masters will be born continuously. And General Han, you are the commander supported by everyone on the Scattered Stars Island. You must not take risks. When Han Fei heard this, he was furious. Damn it, I'm not here to be a mascot. I'm here to get the power of faith. You are such a straightforward guy. Am I fucking negotiating with you? Han Fei retorted, Tian Heng. Remember, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just telling you. I've made up my mind on this matter. Only by hunting the remnants of the sea demons can the Scattered Stars Island really develop steadily. Otherwise, once the sea demons recover, the kings will take action, and the entire Scattered Stars Island will be nothing more than smoke in their eyes. Wang Lin of the Logistics Division thought to himself, Tian Heng is really stubborn. General Han is really going to solve the problem once and for all. Wang Lin said, General Han, you're wise. If we can eradicate the sea demon venerable, billions of humans can come to the Scattered Stars Island to develop. The Scattered Stars Island has accumulated countless secret realms over the years. Even if you just go to sea for a few dozen kilometers, you can gain experience. Even if you don't go to sea, just on the sand around the sea, it's still worth ordinary people's experience. Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, this Wang Lin is reliable and sensible. Han Fei nodded slightly and immediately thought of something. Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. For the long-term peace of the Scattered Stars Island, I've called you here for something else. Tian Heng was a little depressed. In his opinion, Han Fei was too reckless. However, as the Supreme Commander, Han Fei was strong enough. He could start a war, fight, and build a city. It seemed that as long as the goal was achieved, the effect would be excellent. Because of this, he began to doubt his habitual thinking of moving steadily and surely. Han Fei said, Sir, Wang Lin, listen to me. Huh? Wang Lin was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Yes, sir. Han Fei said, I plan to build a new functional department on the Scattered Stars Island, called the Construction Department. You will be in charge of this department. As for the Logistics Division, find someone to take over. Everyone was stunned. The Scattered Stars Island had been expanding for a year, but no construction department had been built. Now, such a department had been built. Was General Han going to further expand the scale of construction? While Wang Lin was dumbfounded, Han Fei said, the construction department will build the City of Justice Arena, build a defensive position around the island, and reorganize the land resources on the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island, a teleportation temple needs to be built, and many secret realms that have been fully controlled by the Scattered Stars Island need to be opened. This project is definitely not small. I don't trust others to do it. If you want to find someone, you can choose from other departments. Han Fei rambled on for a long time and finally said leisurely, Oh, by the way, demolish the sea god statues by the way. Oh, huh. Wang Lin was taken aback. Damn, is the construction department so powerful? They can even demolish the sea god statues? In an instant, someone said, General Han, look, the sea god is the god in people's hearts. It's not good to demolish the sea god statues, is it? Someone said, General Han, shouldn't we consider demolishing the sea god statues? Han Fei looked indifferent and inadvertently glanced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin shuddered at the sight of that little gaze. At that moment, Wang Lin seemed to understand what Han Fei meant. He wants to erect a statue for me. At that time, Wang Lin didn't feel good. This matter was too shocking, wasn't it? Before, there had never been a supreme commander erecting a statue of himself. But Han Fei just erected one himself? It seems that with General Han's prestige, no one will say anything even if he erected one. But how many people will I have to offend in order to do this? However, Wang Lin was very smart. No matter who he offended, he couldn't offend General Han. This man was a tough guy who could force the big clans to submit to him by himself. If he didn't pay attention to him, he might disappear while he was walking. Wang Lin made a prompt decision. Okay, General Han's proposal is very good. Everyone looked at Wang Lin in confusion. How could it be so easy? Wang Lin immediately said eloquently. Everyone, what is General Han going to do this time? He is going to eradicate the remaining sea demons and kill the projection of the Black Killer Snail King. This is an unprecedented feat. A year ago, General Han shocked the world with a battle and saved the future of the human race. A year later, General Han wants to eliminate future troubles and fight for the rise of the human race. I think the sea god statues should be replaced by General Han statues. Otherwise, how can we show General Han's extraordinary achievements? Many people tilted their eyes at Wang Lin, thinking, did you hit your head by an ironhead fish? Worshipping the sea god was something that human beings had been doing since the beginning of history. Now that General Han statues were set up, what would the ordinary people say? Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering, did you two collude with each other? Han Fei pretended to decline without blushing. Hey, I'm sorry. That's not easy. How can I, Han Fei, replace the statues of the sea god in the world? My achievements are still not enough. Hiss! Hearing this, everyone realized that he didn't just want to set up a statue on the Scattered Stars Island. Did he want to set up a statue in the entire human world? Everyone's expression changed. How could he receive such treatment if he hadn't become a king? Yes, Wang Lin shouted. Who in history can compare to the achievement of destroying the sea race? Isn't that enough? The statue of the sea god is also a souvenir. Han Fei refused again. I've just become a venerable. How can I have such an honor? Forget it, forget it. A venerable. Many people were shocked again. They immediately knew why Han Fei went to the sea to hunt. Before, when Han Fei hadn't become a venerable, he could already kill venerables and fight strong enemies in the void. Now that he had become a venerable, how strong was he? Besides, they all knew Han Fei's background. Too fast, his growth was too fast. In just over 10 years from a peak-level dangling fisher when he first came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had become a hanging fisher, a hidden fisher, a law enforcer, an explorer. Now he was already a venerable. They couldn't help but be shocked by his speed. Wang Lin confirmed his judgment again. Han Fei's ambition was to become a king. He wanted to make great contributions. The existence of the sea god statue would affect Han Fei's path as a king. Immediately, Wang Lin shouted again, everyone who in the world can have such achievements as General Han? Destroying the threat of the sea demons was an extraordinary act. It's just a statue. Where is your responsibility? Where is your decisiveness? Looking at everything in front of him, Han Fei thought to himself, this Wang Lin is not bad. I should train him well in the future. Hearing Wang Lin's rebuke, some people relented. Someone said, I also think that General Han's achievements are extraordinary. Someone agreed. With General Han's achievements, it's only natural that a statue should be eulogized. Someone echoed, I second that. When everyone was talking with certainty, Han Fei calmed everyone down and said leisurely, everyone, although the disaster of the sea demons has been resolved for now, it hasn't been solved once and for all. In the next few days, I'll go to the sea and wipe out the remaining sea demons. First update, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 1506. After the meeting, Han Fei didn't immediately go out to hunt, but wandered around the City of Justice. Han Fei casually walked on a road that had just been built, and he didn't know where it led. There were all kinds of shops on the roadside, selling spiritual fruits, materials, fishing rods, and all kinds of delicacies. Perhaps because Han Fei was too high profile, he had appeared in front of millions of soldiers more than once with the sky curtain. So, at this moment, many people were rubbing their eyes. Someone exclaimed, "Marshal! Marshal Han?" Someone couldn't hide his excitement and ran up to Han Fei to salute. "Nice to meet you, Marshal Han." Many people came to the City of Justice later, and they didn't know Han Fei yet. However, in the past year, they had heard too many stories about Han Fei and regarded him as their idol. Where is he? Where is Marshal Han? For a moment, some people exclaimed, some stopped, some waved at Han Fei, and some people's eyes lit up. However, most people still didn't dare to approach him. In many people's hearts, Han Fei had become an immortal, powerful, and unparalleled. Who would have thought that such a strong man would walk on the street? It must be noted that in the villages and towns, even the village leaders and town mayors weren't easy to meet. Han Fei smiled. "Everyone, do what you should do. I'm just here to see this brand new City of Justice from the perspective of an ordinary person. Don't mind me. Marshal Han is wise. The City of Justice is the best city in the world I have ever seen. Marshal Han, I'm not bragging, but this City of Justice has already surpassed the 1,000-star city. Marshal Han is dedicated to the people. We're grateful." Han Fei smiled and walked past the crowd. As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he hadn't shown up for nearly a year. Before going out to sea this time, he had to show up everywhere. As a result, all kinds of gossip were flying in the sky. Someone said, "Marshal Han came to my stall, bought a fish skewer, and gave me money. How could I accept it?" Someone said, "Marshal Han clinked glasses with me in a carnival shop. Did I boast?" Someone said, "Marshal Han personally asked me to refine weapons. You may not believe it, but I'm half a disciple of Marshal Han." Someone said, "Marshal Han was sitting by our beach to enjoy the scenery. Now that place has become a scenic spot. In the past 2 or 3 days, because of Han Fei's appearance, the people of the Scattered Stars Island were talking about more and more." At this moment, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the outer sea, many fishing boats flew over. Among them, there were more than 10 explorers, including Shueishenqi. Today was the day of Zhou Ling's tribulation. Zhou Ling was standing on a black ship. The hull of the ship was engraved with strange runes. While everyone was waiting, so was Han Fei. Han Fei and Big Yellow were squatting on a fishing boat not far away, fishing. Han Fei's hook was cast thousands of kilometers away, and Big Yellow was envious. It squatted next to Han Fei with a group of kittens, cleaning up. Big Yellow asked, "Han Fei, did you catch any big fish? Since you're already a venerable, why don't you catch a Tao-seeking realm big fish for me to have a taste?" Whoosh! Han Fei retracted the rod, the void trembled, and a silver light flashed across the sky. A spear of ice shot out from the void. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees. Han Fei crushed the ice spears with a casual clench. The big hand directly pinched the big fish. Many people looked at Han Fei. Someone said in surprise, "Wow, ice kiss? This kind of creature is really rare." "Meow, meow," Big Yellow shouted. "Han Fei is it the ice kiss of the Tao-seeking state? Catch it." Han Fei sneered. "Where can I catch a Tao-seeking state monster in such a small area of 10,000 kilometers? You're just a sea spirit, so be happy." Hearing that it was a sea spirit, Big Yellow was not disappointed. With a meow, he took the ice kiss that had been pinched to death by Han Fei and bit off a piece of meat. The rest were all stored in his swallowing seashell. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head. "Big Yellow, why are you getting more and more stingy?" At this time, dark clouds gathered and the sea waves surged. Above the sky, lightning flashed like dragons and snakes. Han Fei put away the fishing rod in his hand, and looked at Jiu Ling. The lightning tribulation is not difficult. With your physique, you can definitely transcend it. Try to take the first and second lightning bolts with your body. If you can't defeat the third one, block it with the boat array. Big Yellow stopped eating fish at this moment. He would also transcend a tribulation in the future. It was extremely rare to watch others transcend a tribulation, so he had to pay attention. Hundreds of peak-level law enforcers came to observe and learn from Jiu Ling's tribulation this time. After waiting for another half an hour, when the raging sea surged and the lightning arcs in the sky were about to overflow, the first lightning bolt descended under everyone's gaze. Boom! Bam! Jiu Ling's hair was disheveled in an instant. Electric currents surged all over her body, and she was shrouded in a bloody mist. A pillar of lightning enveloped Jiu Ling for more than 10 seconds before her figure crashed into the sea. Many people were shocked to see this scene. They all knew how strong Jiu Ling was. It was just a lightning bolt, but her body was full of cracks and blood spurted out wildly. A large area of her body was charred, and the bloodstains formed scabs all over her body. After taking the first lightning bolt, Jiu Ling glanced at Han Fei. She probably knew that she didn't look too good now and looked a little resentful. Boom! The second lightning bolt descended. Thousands of cracks appeared on Jiu Ling's body, and her body crashed straight to the bottom of the sea. All the ordinary sea creatures around who didn't know how to escape in advance were crushed into pieces in an instant. Han Fei saw that many parts of Jiu Ling's battle suit had collapsed. Her flesh and blood were disappearing, drying up, and her bones were broken. However, while the power of the lightning was destroying Jiu Ling's body, it was also repairing her body. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and said via voice transmission, "It's time to take the medicine." Hearing Han Fei's words, Jiu Ling took out a green pill with difficulty and quickly swallowed it. The wounds all over her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This pill was not only used to heal injuries, but its main ability was to transform the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was personally refined by Old Jiang. Boom! When the third heavenly tribulation descended, its color changed subtly and became lavender. When he saw the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Use the ship array." However, Jiu Ling didn't listen to Han Fei. Instead, she used all her strength to protect her body. When the purple heavenly tribulation enveloped her, the originally beautiful girl was blasted into charcoal in an instant. In the City of Justice in his previous life, Han Fei had helped many people pass their heavenly tribulations. At this moment, he pinched his fingers and calculated, trying to figure out what was going on. However, how could something like a heavenly tribulation be calculated? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Seeing that Jiu Ling's aura was getting weaker and weaker, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Enter the ship array." Bam! Perhaps because of Han Fei's scolding, Jiu Ling fell heavily on the ship array. At that moment, there was still a massive amount of lightning enveloping the hull of the black ship. The lightning kept bombarding, and the ship array shattered one layer after another. It wasn't until more than 300 layers were shattered that the power of the lightning gradually weakened. After more than 50 breaths, the lightning was completely over. At the moment when the lightning disappeared, Han Fei had already appeared on the ship array. With a hum, a holy pillar of light descended from the sky. The heavenly awakening divine technique poured down. Crack, crack, crack. Jiu Ling's charred skin quickly cracked, and the flesh and skin inside grew rapidly. Her damaged internal organs were also recovering at an incredible speed. At the same time, Jiu Ling's physique was also growing at an incredible speed. This was the benefit of transcending the heavenly tribulation with the body. Because they knew the relationship between Han Fei and Jiu Ling, all the onlookers just watched. They knew that with Han Fei here, it wouldn't be easy for Jiu Ling to die. Sure enough, after about half an hour, Juyin Ling walked out of the ship array. However, at this moment, she had already changed into a battle suit and returned to her previous appearance with fluttering long hair. However, having just passed the heavenly tribulation, the spiritual energy in her body was changing rapidly, and she couldn't control the dissipation of her aura. The strength of an explorer was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Immediately, everyone cupped their fists. "Little Nine, you've finally become an explorer." Granny Een said with a smile, "I used to wonder if Little Nine could become a law enforcer. But now, in just 10 years, you've passed the heavenly tribulation. This world, this future, really belongs to you young people." Someone ridiculed, "Why don't you take a look at who's protecting him? With Commander Han's help, what kind of heavenly tribulation can hurt Little Nine?" Someone else sighed, "But then again, this lightning is really powerful. Even Little Nine almost couldn't resist the third lightning bolt." Xue Xinqi said lightly, "It's not necessarily impossible, but there's no need to take that risk. Okay, this heavenly tribulation has been passed, and the Scattered Stars Island has one more explorer. Let's go back." After the others left, Juyin Ling said, "Are you going to hunt the sea demon Venerable?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Yes." Juyin Ling heaved a long sigh. "Be careful." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, let's go back. The human race hasn't even taken the first step yet." Juyin Ling opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. As early as when Han Fei showed his brilliance and succeeded as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, she knew that Han Fei was already on the road to becoming a king. In the past year, she often went to the general's mansion. Although many people misunderstood her, it was just to cover up the fact that Han Fei was no longer on the Scattered Stars Island. Now, Han Fei had returned as a venerable. Such a speed of growth could only be described as terrifying. Before becoming a law enforcer, one's strength could be explained by talent. However, after becoming a law enforcer, talent alone was useless from the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. After all, the Inyang heaven did lack some top cultivation techniques, so it was difficult to tap a person's talent. Therefore, Juyin Ling had asked the star tortoise more than once. The star tortoise said, "It's impossible for a person to grow so fast unless he has experienced unimaginable difficulties and opportunities and has enough luck." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1507. Scattered Stars Island. Thug Academy. This academy was established by Han Fei alone, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. Han Fei led everyone and defeated the Sea Clan. So what if he gave a piece of land to the Thug Academy? There was another reason. This academy was backed by the Twisted Jungle. It was also a place that normal people were not willing to go. Therefore, the Thug Academy occupying a place here didn't affect the lives of ordinary cultivators. Like the Blue Sea Town, the Thug Academy was used to reclaiming a large plantation at its gate. However, the area of this plantation was not very large, only about 200 miles in length and breadth. After all, the space on the Scattered Stars Island was limited, and the Thug Academy couldn't ask for more. At this moment, 5 teenagers were running toward the Thug Academy. One of the girls shouted, "At last you are back! Is this the Scattered Stars Island? Oh, this is much more comfortable than living in a tree." On the side, Su Sanqian said, "I heard that Senior Brother Han Fei is now the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I wonder if he's in the Thug Academy?" Gu Qi replied, "Of course. Senior Apprentice Sister Xiao Bai and Senior Apprentice Brother Quang Quang are definitely here. We can have delicious food." Su Daiji clapped her hands and said, "Husband, we haven't seen each other for a long time. When my husband sees me, he definitely won't recognize me." Xing Yu said, "Senior Brother Han Fei is too much. He has already gone to the Shuemu sky. When he left, he didn't bring us back." Su Sanqian said, "Senior brother is very busy in Shuimu heaven. He probably didn't realize that we were in Shuimu heaven, right?" Woo! When they saw the plantation, they couldn't help but scream. The 5 young men and women rushed in as if they were having fun. Of the 5 people, the smallest one was picking spices from the ground and stuffing them into his swallowing seashell. Ishien said, "Daji, there's no need to pluck them. These are all our own. We can eat as much as we want in the future." After hearing Ishien's words, Su Daji grabbed a loquat, took a bite, and bit it. Just as the 5 of them were having fun, a patch of water grass suddenly flew over. The expressions of the 5 changed slightly. Su Sanqian shouted, "Who is it?" Swish! Swish! Everyone saw that their feet had been covered by the sea god grass at some point. However, Su Daiji let out a cry of annoyance. A pair of hammers appeared in her hands, and with 2 bangs, she smashed them on the ground. The 2 hammers smashed down, and the ground shook. All the spirit plants within a radius of several hundred meters were smashed into powder. Su Sanqian and the other 3 took the opportunity to jump up and use their spider webs to bind the others. Xingyu shouted. Chi-Chi. Gu Chi swung his armor box, and the blade storm surrounded the 5 of them. Right at this moment, there were several sword shadows striking over. 3 swords broke through the blade storm. Clang, clang, clang. It was still Su Daiji who attacked. The twin hammers rumbled, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. 7 to 8 sword shadows were sent flying one by one. Ishien held the bow in a reverse grip and closed her eyes to focus. A string of spirit chi arrows shot out. However, as soon as these arrows flew out, a patch of sea god grass appeared in the void. These sea god grasses were like living tentacles that could directly catch these spiritual energy arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a cloud seemed to float in the plantation. The cloud was filled with sea god grass, like meridians in the void. Gu Chi swung his armor box again. The other party's sea god grass is very tough and powerful. The 5 of them were preparing to join forces and counterattack. They saw a burly figure standing in the sky, seemingly holding back the sea god grass. The tentacle-like sea god grass disappeared, and the figure shot over like an arrow. Ishien was extremely fast. Her body moved stealthily in midair, attempting to attack from the side. However, with a chi-la sound, a long sword fell from the sky and blocked the void, sealing off Ishien's path. Su Sanqian unleashed thousands of threads. The threads curved and swept through the air. However, the person in the air had already exploded into thousands of sea god grass tentacles. Su Daiji's sledgehammer swept across the sky as she spun in a circle. Her voice was like the roar of an evil dragon. Boom! Boom! In the plantation, a storm rumbled as Su Daiji was sent flying hundreds of meters. However, a few strands of spider silk caught it at the first moment. The moment Su Daiji was pulled back, Xingyu's lips curled up into a smile. Success, spirit restriction. Within 200 meters, all the sea god grass withered, and the spiritual energy disappeared without a trace. This instantaneous battle could be considered to have come to a temporary halt. Xingyu and the other 4 immediately stood together with solemn expressions. They knew that the newcomer was extraordinary. Just 2 people had actually stopped all of them. When they took a closer look, they saw a man and a woman standing in front of them. Ishien asked, "Who are you?" Opposite her, the young man said, "Chu Jinan from the Thug Academy. I'm the one who should be asking this question. Who are you?" Ishien and the others looked at each other and heard Xingyu say, "Senior brother?" "Senior brother Chu, we are also disciples of the Thug Academy. We have just returned and haven't met you yet." Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. When did they have 5 junior brothers and sisters? Where did they come from? However, after the short confrontation just now, these 5 people cooperated very well and were not weak. They had all become hidden fishers, although they looked like beginners. Judging from their reaction and combat ability, Chu Jinan nodded slightly and looked at Ling Yuan. What do you think? Ling Yuan looked at them and said, How can you prove that you are disciples of the Thug Academy? Yixian said, Senior brother. Han Fei is our senior brother. If senior brother Han Fei is here, he will naturally recognize us. Xingyu nodded. Senior brother Han Fei, senior sister Xiaobai, and senior brother Kuang all know us. Yixian said, Oh, Zhang Xuanyu is my husband. Husband? Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other again. *CK, they were disciples just now. Why did Zhang Xuanyu's girlfriend pop up now? Gu Qi reacted. Senior brother Chu, we are disciples that senior brother Han Fei accepted in the Thousand Star City. Later, during the Battle of the Thousand Star City, we went to the Shuemu Heaven to train and only returned today. Ling Yuan asked, Shuemu Heaven? Although they didn't know what the Shuemu Heaven was, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan both thought it was a rather mysterious secret realm. If Han Fei had accepted these junior brothers and junior sisters in the Thousand Star City, they would indeed be much younger than him. Ling Yuan put away the armor box and glanced at Gu Qi. I'm Ling Yuan, your senior sister. The Thug Academy on the Scattered Stars Island has not been fully activated yet. Now, senior brother Han Fei and senior sister Luo Xiaobai are not here. You guys come back with us. Swish! Yixian stepped forward quickly. Senior sister Ling Yuan, how did you know where I was just now? Ling Yuan smiled slightly. You don't just hunt, do you? Once the most talented hunter in our Thug Academy, senior sister Xia Shaochan, once told me that all hunters' trajectories are traceable. First, you have to judge their purpose. Then, you have to think like a hunter. This is more important than discovering their location. After all, the position might be fake. It might be a feint. Chu Jinan looked at them with a smile and said, Let's go back to school first. Senior brother Han Fei has just returned to the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago and should come back soon. As he spoke, Chu Jinan glanced at Su Daiji and Yixian and thought to himself, These two junior sisters are quite good-looking. However, in the next moment, Chu Jinan felt a fierce gaze, which made him tremble all over. When they returned to the Thug Academy, they were surprised to see a girl standing at the gate of the Thug Academy. When this girl saw Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, her expression didn't change. Chu Jinan said, Lin Wu, I told you, you can't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. Even if you are lucky enough to get the guidance of the strong masters of the Thug Academy, you can only be an anonymous disciple or half-disciple. If you want to join, you have to wait for the strong masters of the Thug Academy to return. Lin Wu couldn't help looking at Yixian and the others. Where are they? Ling Yuan said mercilessly, Each of them is stronger than you. You just learned the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Now, this body-tempering technique has spread all over the Scattered Stars Island. Just this alone can't prove your identity. Lin Wu wasn't discouraged. Instead, he raised his rod and pointed it at Yixian and the others. I want to challenge the soul warrior among them. When Su Sanqian and the others heard that Lin Wu wanted to challenge the soul warrior among them, the corners of their mouths twitched as they looked at Su Daji. They all sent voice transmissions. Daji, don't use too much strength. Don't overdo it. Do you understand? Su Daji walked out with 2 big copper hammers in a daze. Do you really want to fight me? Lin Wu looked at the little girl with a fluttering gaze and thought to himself, She shouldn't be as old as me, right? She's already a hidden fisher? Lin Wu immediately raised his rod. Please enlighten me. Bam! A huge pit appeared under Su Daji's feet, and the shadows of the hammers that filled the sky suddenly scattered. It was as if thousands of hammers were striking the sky. This was the effect of Su Daji, suppressing her strength to the same realm as Lin Wu. Lin Wu had never seen such a ferocious hammer technique. She raised her rod and felt her internal organs tremble. She instantly knew that she was no match for him. At that moment, Lin Wu twisted her body and used all kinds of strange movement techniques. As for Su Daji, she was already very familiar with this movement technique. The hammer smashed the ground, causing the ground to tremble and rocks to fly everywhere. However, Su Daiji threw a punch at Lin Wu. The scattered rocks and soil were like flying cannonballs. In an instant, they hit Lin Wu. Biffed! Lin Wu slid dozens of meters on the ground. Only then did she get up with difficulty, feeling shocked. How strong is this woman? Bada, at this moment, a small square object fell to the ground. Lin Wu's face was pale. She immediately squatted down and quickly picked up the broken cube. This was what Lin Wu carried with her every day. It was to remind her that her teacher was very strong. At this moment, the broken cube made her, who had always been arrogant, at a loss for what to do. Ling Yuan said, "Did you see that? If you were really a disciple of the Thug Academy, we would have been able to tell immediately. And my judgment is that you aren't." Huh. Su Daji was stunned for a moment. She walked to Lin Wu's side and squatted down. She tilted her head and looked at her. "You like to play this too?" Lin Wu. While Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were puzzled, Su Daji took out 17 or 18 cubes at once. A full set, from the 3rd to the 10th level. Clap, clap, clap. Su Daji's little hands were as fast as lightning, and she put together a 6th level cube. Lin Wu was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Su Daiji carefully handed over a 3rd order Rubik's Cube. "Here, this is for you. I'm working hard on the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish everyone a happy double festival. When you eat mooncakes, give me a monthly ticket." End of this chapter. Chapter 1508. Lin Wu looked at Su Daiji's terrifying speed with the Rubik's Cube and felt inferior. Oh my God, is this still a human's hand speed? Lin Wu's face flushed red. Indeed, teacher was related to the Thug Academy. Su Daiji looked at Lin Wu and snorted. "This is a toy that senior brother made for me. However, even if you know how to use the 3rd order Rubik's Cube, it doesn't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. However, I'm sure that you are related to senior brother." Lin Wu couldn't help but ask, "Who is your senior brother?" Su Daiji said, "Senior brother Han Fei." Only senior brother Han Fei can make the Rubik's Cube. No one else can. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. It seemed that these junior brothers and sisters had a good relationship with senior brother Han Fei. Senior brother Han Fei actually made a toy for her. Back then, the two of them had suffered all kinds of devastation from Han Fei. Chu Jinan looked at Lin Wu seriously. "Although we haven't acknowledged you for the time being, it doesn't mean that you are weak. On the contrary, you are very strong, but you don't have your own unique talent. Perhaps you have seen senior brother Han Fei or other people from the Thug Academy. However, they probably didn't accept you as a disciple. Otherwise, they would have told you clearly." Lin Wu suddenly realized that her teacher hadn't accepted her back then. She had thought that it was because her teacher was wandering the world and didn't have time to accept disciples. In fact, that wasn't the case. The fundamental reason was that her talent was poor and she wasn't qualified. Lin Wu took a deep breath and looked at Chu Jinan seriously. "What kind of talent can I enter the Thug Academy?" Chu Jinan said, "At the same realm, you can last for 10 seconds under Ling Yuan and me. Or, under the joint efforts of these junior brothers and sisters, you can last for 10 seconds. Lin Wu opened her mouth slightly. "Are you kidding me? Just Su Daiji alone used 3 breaths of time to defeat him. How could she last for 10 seconds under the joint efforts of the 5 of them? Who could do that?" Ling Yuan couldn't help but look at Su Daiji and the others. She said indifferently, "You might think it's very difficult, but I think it wasn't easy for you to join us." Ling Yuan looked at Xing Yu and Su Sanqian. Su Sanqian immediately said, "It's not easy to get started. Among the five of us, Yen Yen has a level 8 spiritual heritage. Daji was born with divine strength. Xingyue's learning ability is extremely strong, and Chi-Chi's will is the strongest. I'm the only one who barely got started. Lin Wu opened his mouth slightly. Level 8 spiritual heritage? He had never seen a prodigy with such a high-grade spiritual pulse in his life. But now, there's one right in front of him. Furthermore, even Su Sanqian, who had barely learned the basics, was definitely extraordinary. In fact, Lin Wu felt that his talent, willpower, and cultivation speed were not bad. But now he didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Wu. Xiao Nan. Sometimes you can be a little more flexible with your requirements. His strength lies in his overall strength, so you should take the right medicine for him. Just as Lin Wu was in a daze, he saw a figure walking over from afar. When everyone turned to look at him, he took a step forward and was already standing next to them. Chu Jinan said, "Senior brother Han Fei." Ling Yuan greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." Su Sanqian, Xingyu, and Gu Qi greeted, "Greetings, senior brother Han." Ishiyan screamed and jumped over. "Senior brother, where's my husband? Where's brother you?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "You have to ask your father and mother." Ishiyan was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed. They've finally done something reliable. La, I'll wait at the academy. Su Daiji had already run to Han Fei's side and extended her hand, looking like she was asking for something. Han Fei casually threw a 9 chains ring over and patted Su Daiji's head. Then Han Fei looked at Lin Wu and said, "It doesn't mean that you have to be in the Thug Academy to receive systematic and comprehensive training. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you do need to show some of your talent. Talent isn't necessarily strength. Any talent can make you a member of the Thug Academy. Of course, if you insist on fighting with your strength, if you can last 5 minutes against either of the two teams, you will be admitted." Lin Wu recognized Han Fei from the moment he walked over. This was because she had participated in the entire battle last year. Seeing Han Fei casually greet Chu Jinan and Su Daiji, she couldn't help but be a little envious. This feeling was very different. Lin Wu pursed her lips. "Greetings, Marshal Han." "Marshal Han, is there an old man who likes to travel the world in the Thug Academy? May I know his name?" Han Fei chuckled. "You'll know when you're admitted." There were some things that depended on luck. Lin Wu had a lot of opportunities. Han Fei had given her opportunities, and she had used them well. However, Lin Wu relied too much on these opportunities and lost her growth goals. Although Lin Wu had stood out, it was not enough. She was just an ordinary heavenly talent. Compared with ordinary people, she might be very powerful. But compared with the 1 in a million students in the Thug Academy, Lin Wu was obviously not good enough. And the more she was like this, the more she needed to be polished. As the saying went, an unpolished jade is worthless. This was exactly what Lin Wu was like. In the Thug Academy, Han Fei led everyone into the school. While walking, Han Fei asked, "Where are Old Bai and Old Jiang? Why haven't these two old guys come?" Chu Jinan said, "Senior brother Han Fei, the two presidents have just become venerables and need to consolidate their strength. The president said that some opportunities should belong to them and they need to look for them." Han Fei asked, "What about the others? Where are Marshall and Bai Wu? Where are Chu Qingyan and Mu Qingchuan?" Chu Jinan said, "Senior brother, they have also temporarily gone to sea to gain experience. Only senior brother Yangxie and senior sister Jiangqin are still in the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town. Junior uncle Jiang Chao has taken control of the dragon boat in the level 3 fishery." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. There are too few people in the Thug Academy. Everyone has their own things to do. Who should they leave such a big mess for? Han Fei suddenly asked, "Where are Teacher Wenrin and Teacher Xiaozhan?" Chu Jinan said, "They will arrive next month. They were originally helping in the level 3 fishery, but because the situation is not clear enough, they did not immediately come to the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei knew what they were worried about staying in the Level 3 fishery. The contradiction between the Thug Academy and the Thousand Star City had already become white-hot. Perhaps a war would suddenly break out at any moment. Therefore, they stayed there to control the situation in advance and ensure that the Level 3 fishery, the 36 towns, and the other places were all under their control. This way, they wouldn't be a burden to him. Why would they be free next month? Presumably, they already knew what had happened to him in the Thousand Star City. Therefore, they felt that the war couldn't be fought, and he had already fully grown up, so they could come to the Scattered Stars Island with peace of mind. Han Fei smiled. That's good too. Yi Xian said, Senior brother, we often hear news about you in the Waterwood Heaven. However, you didn't go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree to look for us even once. Han Fei smiled and said, I didn't know you were in the Waterwood Heaven. Then, Han Fei looked at Xingyu and said, In the past 8 years, no one has tested your strength. I'll stay in the academy for 3 days. Chu Jin and Ling Yuan, you too. Although you used to be with the principal and the others, they probably didn't have time to teach you anything in the past few years. In these 3 days, I can test your results. Hiss! Su Sanqian and the others looked at each other and hurriedly said, Senior brother, can we not send 9 tails? Han Fei smiled faintly. I'll do it myself. Half an hour later, screams echoed in the Thug Academy. In the Purgatory of Blades, everyone, including Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, had their skin and flesh torn apart. Within the range of all of them, there were blades everywhere. The fine sand, the air, the plants, everything was attacking him. In an instant, thousands of blade lights attacked. Who could withstand it? Han Fei said, This is only the first test. It tests your reaction speed, physique strength, comprehensive skills, and combat skills. From the looks of it, it's a mess. Everyone. Yi Xian said, Senior brother, the key is that there are too many blade lights, right? There's no way to hide. Han Fei didn't care. He said, Next, it's a team battle. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. As senior brothers and sisters, you should go first. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan felt a headache coming on. What could they do? They had to bite the bullet. A moment later, Yi Xian and the others sat on the grass and watched. Chu Jinan transformed into the sea god grass, and Ling Yuan's armor box fell to the ground. Thousands of rays of light rose and fell, and the sword net formed an array that swept towards Han Fei like a rainbow. Chu Jinan's sea god grass was parasitized on Han Fei's body and was shattered by Han Fei. In the end, the shattered fragments of the sea god grass condensed into blades in the air, forming a storm that swept towards Han Fei. Han Fei casually slashed with his invincible saber intent and broke this technique. As for Chu Jinan, he controlled the sea god grass that filled the sky and turned it into countless silk threads, wanting to entangle Han Fei. Han Fei, on the other hand, used the movement technique that only left after images. He displayed his melee saber techniques to the fullest at that moment. Su Sanqian and the others were speechless. As expected of the senior brothers and senior sisters of the Thug Academy, the way they attacked directly forced people to a dead end. The bombardment without any blind spots made it impossible for people to be careless. But even so, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan couldn't shake Han Fei at all despite using all their means. They were completely defeated by Han Fei. The two of them fought Han Fei for about 30 minutes, which fully displayed their hard work over the years. After the battle, Han Fei looked at Su Sanqian and the others. Come, it's your turn. Everyone. Chapter 1509. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei left a few great techniques for them and then left. The Thug Academy had always been like this. Han Fei felt that he was not bad. He was still teaching them. Before, Xiao Zhan and Wenrin Yu taught him actual combat and let him go to the fishery to experience it. Han Fei left the 108 desolate god body to them, a low-quality divine weapon to each of them, and a copy of the god scaring painting to each of them. Yes, Han Fei left them the god scaring painting. This was a divine art, and it was not something they could fully comprehend in a short period of time. In fact, it could be said that even he himself did not use it much. As for the others, Han Fei also left the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance and the 100 Wars divine hammer. Among them, the 100 Wars divine hammer only required Sudaiji. When Han Fei left, the Thug Academy was full of complaints. No matter who it was, after being beaten for 3 days, they couldn't be in a good mood, and the god-scaring painting and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance were extremely difficult to learn. However, it was none of Han Fei's business. On the sea, after Han Fei completely left the Scattered Stars Island, Peaceful appeared on Han Fei's fishing boat. "Are you really going to hunt the projection of the king who escaped last time?" Han Fei asked. "Why can't I?" Peaceful was speechless. "That's the projection of a king. You are still far from the half-king realm. If you don't have the combat power of a real half-king, you can't win." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Peaceful. "I'll leave the projection of the Black Demon Spiral King to you," Peaceful said in surprise. "But I can only help you 3 times. Han Fei smiled faintly. "We're good friends. This is the first time. The projection of the Black Demon Spiral King relies on his corrosive blood to maintain. So, he can't afford to fight a half-king battle." Han Fei didn't explain too much. Before, he felt that he had enough time. But after going to the Immortal Palace and meeting his mother, he immediately realized that he was short-sighted. The 2 immortal palaces of the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven had declined after all and couldn't be compared to the past. As a result, his knowledge wasn't very broad. At this moment, Han Fei held the nautical panorama, quickly selected a direction, and directly escaped. 3 days later, Han Fei appeared somewhere above the deep sea near the Wall of Death. This was a sea area with a depth of more than 10,000 meters, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, in the darkness, a black shadow was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. After about 2 hours, Han Fei finally approached the Black Killer Snail King and the others without alerting the Half-King. This search was quite easy. After all, they had a sacred artifact like the Multitude navigational apparatus. To be precise, there were 6 of them. The Black Killer Snail King was half a king. There was also a peak stage venerable, a high-level venerable, 2 mid-level venerables, and a low-level venerable. At this moment, these people were cultivating. As the projection of a half-martial monarch, the Black Killer Snail King's recovery speed was not slow at all. The strength of this group of people was definitely not weak. Han Fei slowly approached one of them. Han Fei remembered this person. Back then, when he had entered the so-called saint state, he had seen this person outside of his mind. If he was not mistaken, he should be Mo Lin, who was a high-rank venerable one. To become a high-foundation venerable, his strength was by no means simple. This Mo Lin couldn't be weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged to guard the sea demon surpassing land with argent. Han Fei smacked his lips. This battle is indeed a bit difficult. As Han Fei thought of something, Peaceful stepped into this domain. The moment Peaceful appeared, the Black Killer Snail King suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in a low voice, "A human half-king?" The Black Killer Snail King was surprised. The sea area was so vast, but he was still discovered when he was hiding next to the Wall of Death. He had been thinking that human beings should be busy with internal strife, and he had time to recover his strength and connect to the inside of the Wall of Death. Who would have thought that the human experts would come so quickly? Peaceful appeared, looked at the Black Killer Snail King, reached out one hand, crossed the space, and appeared directly in front of the Black Killer Snail King. "My king!" The Black Killer Snail King shook the void open, and the peak stage venerable sea demon also rushed up. Han Fei also remembered this person. His name was Chao Xian, and the heavenly sword master had fought with him. Although this person's strength had reached the peak stage venerable, he couldn't defeat the heavenly sword master. Obviously, his strength was not much higher than that of an advanced venerable. It was like the difference between an advanced explorer and a peak stage explorer. In fact, their strength was about the same, but the amount of laws they had comprehended was a little different. Although the heavenly sword master was an advanced venerable, he had been stuck in this realm for many years and had a deep understanding of laws. Even if he hadn't reached the peak stage venerable, he was only one step away. Therefore, he wasn't much weaker than Chao Xian. At this moment, Peaceful attacked, and the Black Killer Snail King shouted, "Human, are you the only one here? Are you sure you can defeat me?" The Black Killer Snail King was extremely confident. He tore the void open and charged at Peaceful. The main reason why he couldn't exert enough strength when facing Han Fei was that Han Fei's great path had a problem. Han Fei could seal all the spells in the space. Besides, Han Fei had golden bones and an amazing physique. The Black Killer Snail King's half-king projection couldn't defeat Han Fei, who was in the same realm. However, just because Han Fei could stop him didn't mean others could. Therefore, the Black Killer Snail King wasn't worried about Peaceful's attack. He just turned around and scolded Chao Xian, "You lead the others and retreat first." Even the Black Killer Snail King cared about the venerables under his command. Come to think of it, even in their Black Blood Royal City, the venerable realm was an extremely high-end existence, and it was not easy to find one. Peaceful only took away the Black Killer Snail King's projection. The rest of the people were naturally left for Han Fei to deal with. But since it was a hunt, how could Han Fei not be prepared? Hearing that, Chao Xian led the others and quickly escaped into the void. Chao Xian knew that the Black Killer Snail King's projection wouldn't die easily. Even if it died, it would just be a projection. However, these people were all in their true bodies. If another half-king came, it would be very difficult for them to resist. Therefore, they had to retreat to a safe place. However, at the moment when Chao Xian led the others and quickly escaped into the void, all of a sudden, a space crack appeared in the depths of the void, and thousands of knife lights flew out. At the same time, a sacrificing punch was released and blasted at Chao Xian with unparalleled power. Chao Xian roared, "Not good! Inkscale, you guys split up." The humans came prepared this time. The reason why Chao Xian was so panicked was that Han Fei had used his strongest combat power. Even if Han Fei was in his best state, he could only maintain this combat skill for 100 seconds. Besides, Han Fei deliberately asked the old turtle to show some of his aura, so that Chao Xian would mistakenly think that the humans had sent many venerables this time to catch all of them. In fact, Han Fei was just trying to disperse them so that he could defeat them one by one. This place has a forbidden spell. When Han Fei felt that his body began to shake, he knew that the opponent's Tao was working. This Tao must have something to do with the frequency of heaven and earth. After breaking the spell, Han Fei slashed out 10 kilometers of frost with Snowmorn. Chao Xian was quickly frozen into ice. Bam! A peak-level venerable was still a peak-level venerable. No matter how weak he was, he couldn't be suppressed by a mere ice seal. Chao Xian shattered the talent ability of Snowmorn and guided countless seaweed vines in the deep sea to roll at Han Fei like a waterfall. Puff, 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 the blade purgatory had begun. These seaweed vines were immediately cut into pieces. In fact, before they could even shatter, the countless blades of grass had even turned into boundless blade auras that swept towards Chao Xian. Yeah, since the first move didn't work, he tried another one. Chao Xian opened his mouth and changed into half a fish body roaring. The sharp soul attack was about to go straight into Han Fei's head. Not to be outdone, Han Fei roared out the soul-swallowing sound of 100 beasts and also attacked Chao Xian's head. The two of them fought quickly, and after 100 seconds, both of them had been injured. Han Fei suppressed the power of the Tao and managed to fight for only 100 seconds. When Han Fei found that the power of the Tao was about to collapse, he immediately tore open the void and retreated. Han Fei said, "Wait for me. I'll come back." Chao Xian looked solemn. Han Fei's speed and strength were very strong, but his soul power seemed to be a little weak, much weaker than his. However, the other party's soul attack technique was not weak, so he didn't have the upper hand. If his soul combat skills were excellent, he might have been able to kill this person just now. At this moment, the battle stopped, and Chao Xian was about to find Mo Lin and the others. However, everyone had different hiding methods, and they were in a hurry just now. Now it was not appropriate to find them so rashly. Chao Xian thought, "Forget it, let's wait a little longer. When today's battle subsided, I'll just gather at the agreed place." In Chao Xian's view, as long as Han Fei didn't hunt successfully this time, the human beings would definitely have to prepare for a long time next time. This time, the other party obviously came in a hurry. Otherwise, the other party should have sent more than one half-king level beast king. He guessed that they must have accidentally discovered him and the others. The human beings didn't have enough manpower, but they didn't want to let them go, so they chose to attack. However, what Chao Xian didn't know was that as soon as Han Fei stopped fighting with him, he had already found a direction with the nautical panorama. The question Han Fei asked in his heart was, "Where is the weakest venerable of the other party?" Chapter 15:10. Yu Qianma, as the only beginner venerable among the sea demons, was in a panic. He was in a panic now. Generally speaking, those who had just become venerables wouldn't come out to fight casually. They needed to consolidate their cultivation and improve their strength. After all, if a beginner venerable participated in the venerable battle, it was very likely that he would be the weakest in this group of combatants. If the enemy was also at this level, it would be fine, but the enemy might not be at this level. For example, now his king was pinned down by a half-king of the human race. Master Chao Xian was pinned down by Han Fei, the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. The rest of them fled in all directions. Among them, his strength was the weakest. Therefore, Yu Qianma didn't dare to stay and just wanted to run as far as possible. It wasn't until she fled 300,000 kilometers away that Yu Qianma breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island was simply terrifying. She had only heard of sea demons looking for trouble with the human race, but she had never heard of a human powerhouse taking the initiative to attack and hunt sea demon venerables. BM! Yu Qianma turned into an octopus and quickly shrank to a size of more than 10 meters. As he sucked, a large number of clamshell fragments surrounded him on the seabed. In a moment, a sphere composed of broken clamshells completely wrapped him in it, and on the broken clamshells there were spots of spiritual energy and strange arrays around him. This was a kind of concealment array, which was also his talent ability. In order to avoid being hunted by humans, Yu Qianma completely sealed himself in this sphere. But even at this stage, Yu Qianma still wasn't at ease. The sphere quickly rotated on the seabed. After a while, the whole sphere drilled into the bottom of the sea and was completely buried by the broken clamshells. Half an hour later, at the bottom of the sea, a void was torn apart, and Han Fei stepped out of the void. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he scanned the surroundings with his perception and found that there was no one here. Han Fei secretly smiled. After all, she was a sea creature and was born with the ability to disguise. In this world, he was not the only one who was good at disguising. After scanning 3 or 4 times in a row, Han Fei had seen everything within a kilometer. Then he looked at the place 100 meters below him. Under the sand there was a clam ball. This was the only thing in this region that he had yet to see through. At this moment, Han Fei was 100% sure that there was something wrong with the sphere. Han Fei didn't hide his strength and even smiled slightly. He bet that the person below didn't dare to use his perception to probe the outside world. At this moment, He had nothing left to gamble. He could only gamble that he wouldn't be discovered. In reality, that was what Yu Qianma thought. Of course, he sensed that someone was coming. He was still in shock, fearing that Han Fei would see through him. Suddenly, just as Yu Qianma prayed that she wouldn't be discovered, Han Fei's voice sounded from the bottom of the sea. There's a restrictive spell here. Whoosh! The sword-drawing technique was unleashed, and the cold light penetrated the ground. The clamshell sand collapsed in an instant. The sphere suddenly opened, and Yu Qianma felt the danger of death. Yu Qianma knew that she had been exposed. He didn't even understand how he had been exposed. In this vast ocean, there were billions of living beings. If he were to hide in a small corner, as long as he wasn't discovered at the start, there would be no possibility of him being discovered. But now, Han Fei came here and locked onto her in just a few seconds? Could it be that Han Fei watched her hide? That didn't make sense. If Han Fei saw him hiding, then he should have made a move as early as the moment he hit himself. Why did he wait until now? Immediately, Yu Qianma had an answer in her heart. Han Fei had a tracking, secret treasure. Puff! However, although Yu Qianma discovered something, Han Fei had already taken action. Now, Yu Qianma was in a life-and-death situation. He could only pray that he could survive. Venerables wouldn't die so easily, especially venerables like Yu Qianma. As an octopus, he had as many as 3 hearts and 9 brains. As long as one of them escaped, he could survive. Han Fei slashed down and saw an octopus tentacle was cut off. Yu Qianma didn't seem to want to fight. She just wanted to escape quickly. Bam! With a puff, within 100 kilometers, it was pitch black. As a venerable octopus, his escape skills had evolved to an extraordinary level. The ink spray technique directly turned the area within 100 kilometers into a domain. However, the moment this black space appeared, a holy beam of light suddenly fell from the sky. Swish! The black fog space was broken. The blade, Purgatory, swept over. Han Fei punched, and the infinity water strangled out. Puff! 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 In an instant, 6 tentacles were cut off by Han Fei, and the void lines clasped these tentacles and controlled their brains. In her peak state, Yu Qianma couldn't even defeat Han Fei, let alone a few tentacles. With a star's shift, the distance between them was shortened. Han Fei had already stood in front of Yu Qianma. Where are you going? At this moment, the Black Spiral Snail King was also shocked. This human powerhouse is so strong. He has perfect control of the great Tao of space. Serenity can transform space power for her own use. She can twist space and bear the pressure of the irregular gravity for me. Boom! Suddenly, the Black Spiral Snail King saw a red bloodstain across the sky. At that moment, a venerable died. This was not a good sign. Judging from the human powerhouse's attack today, the one who died could only be a venerable big demon on their side. Even Serenity was very surprised. Han Fei's speed is too fast. How long has it been? And he has already killed a venerable. No wonder this guy wants to do it himself. It seems that he wants to solve all the future problems at once. The venerable died, and blood rained all over the sky. Under the same sky, people could feel it even if they were millions of kilometers away. After all, he died in the yin-yang heaven and earth. Of course, if they were too far away, the weather was not so obvious. However, on the Scattered Stars Island, many people also looked up at the sky, only to see crimson cracks in the sky and heavy rain pouring down. Occasionally, they could see a trace of red in the heavy rain. Someone said with a smile, "I don't know why, but this kind of weather always reminds me of the scene of the Venerable's death." TSK, an old man on the Scattered Stars Island was explaining to the newcomers, "You kids have no idea. When a venerable dies, the sky is scarred. In the morning of the world, there is a rain of blood, just like this scene now." A newcomer curiously asked, "Is it possible that a venerable has died?" Many people explained with a smile, "I don't think so. How can a venerable die so easily? After all, this rain is not red. I think it's just a coincidence." However, just as many people were sighing, various rumors spread among the major departments of the Scattered Stars Island. And this kind of news was widely spread through the star waist tags of each person. In the nightclub, someone exclaimed, "What? General Han went to sea to hunt the sea monster Grand Venerable?" In a mission hall, someone was shocked. "Huh, General Han sneaked out to hunt?" Someone exclaimed, F***CK, I say, why is this rain so strange? Look at the sky. That red mark is so obvious. This is clearly a sign that a venerable has died. Someone sighed. General Han is really domineering. He said he would kill the sea monster Grand Venerable, and he really did it. Someone wondered, I don't think so. If a venerable has died, isn't the weather a bit weak? Someone retorted, it's not near the Scattered Stars Island. It's in the deep sea, which is very far away. Someone said, in the next few days, just look at the weather and you'll know. As far as I know, there are several sea monster venerables who escaped. In addition to the Black Killer Snail King, Chao Xian, Mo Lin, and 2 other mid-level venerables. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. They didn't know who had died. But in any case, someone among them had died. In the past, it was not easy for a venerable to die in thousands of years. But now, in just a few years, the Black Blood Royal City had suffered heavy losses. Hiss! Han Fei raised his head and absorbed Yu Qianma's vitality and soul power. The soul supply of a venerable completely made up for the soul-splitting technique Han Fei used in the Chu sect. Han Fei's soul power returned to 58,600 points again, although it was still more than 20,000 points away from its peak state. However, in addition to this Yu Qianma, Han Fei had other hunting targets. Han Fei took out the navigator. Next, where are the mid-level sea monster venerables? Yu Shua, a mid-level sea monster venerable, was originally a mirror fish. This was also the reason why he could survive the Battle of the Scattered Stars Island a year ago. Because of his special nature, he was born with a mirror image clone. When facing a mid-level venerable, Han Fei didn't take it as lightly as before. The strength of a venerable had to be taken seriously at every level. It didn't mean that he could definitely kill a venerable with great strength. It depended on their great paths. What were they? Although he could seal the great paths for a short time. If the other party was prepared in advance, it would be troublesome. In the black fog, Han Fei quietly approached a place that was full of ice crystal mines. This kind of terrain was very rare. There were angular, prismatic crystals everywhere. When Han Fei found this place, he scanned it with his perception, but he still couldn't find where the sea monster venerable was. Once, twice, thrice Han Fei was puzzled. Something's wrong. The navigator couldn't be wrong. The sea monster venerable must be here. But now, no matter how he perceived, he couldn't find the other party. How did the other party hide? Bam! Han Fei landed on the beach and stood in front of a large crystal, ready to explore if there were any special arrays around. However, Han Fei's heart suddenly thumped, and his whole body was pulled into the crystal by a huge force. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the crystal mirror. Han Fei looked back and found that there were mirrors everywhere in this space, and thousands of himself were reflected in the mirrors. Mirror World? Chapter 1511. Welcome to the new leader. Giraffes love to eat watermelons. Thank you. Han Fei had never encountered such a weird great path. If he wasn't careful, he would be tricked. However, Han Fei was wondering how the other party would attack him in this case. Was the other party stronger than him in the mirror world? If the other party was also in this mirror world, as long as he killed the other party, would this mirror world be directly broken? Han Fei was still thinking. All of a sudden, in the mirror world, the endless mirror surfaces shattered one after another, turning into billions of fragments. Han Fei, if you want to kill me, maybe today will be the day you die. The billions of fragments all rushed at Han Fei in the mirror. Clanking sounds could be heard as each ice shard seemed to be controlled by Yu Shua. Unfortunately, none of these billions of ice crystal fragments could hurt Han Fei, mainly because their power was too weak. Phew! Han Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smile faintly. So weak. Such a good great path has been wasted by you. Han Fei's face was full of disdain. He had to admit that this mirror image great path was very easy to make people suffer losses. However, the other party's attack methods were too few and too weak. If he just stood still, the other party wouldn't be able to kill him. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that there was an invisible force restraining his body, like a Dao aura. It contained the power of the Great Path and seemed to be splitting his body. Han Fei looked back and found that the crystal mirror he came in through was full of cracks. It seemed that Yeshua wanted to kill him by directly shattering this ice crystal pillar. However, Han Fei's physique was too strong. Even if the ice crystal pillar was full of cracks, Han Fei only felt that his body was cut. This power of the Great Path couldn't completely cut him. After all, in terms of physical strength, he was half a king. Bam! The body of black fog could see everything clearly from the outside. The ice crystal pillar had completely exploded, and Han Fei's white fog directly appeared in the outside world, but his body was full of cracks. However, although there were many cracks, it was still far from killing Han Fei. Puff! In the mirror world, Yeshua vomited blood. He tried to kill Han Fei by force, but instead he suffered a backlash. Even Yeshua didn't expect that Han Fei was so strong that his great path couldn't erase him at all. This meant that Han Fei's strength had exceeded the limit of his great path. And Han Fei also found a problem. Although this person's great path was very strange, it had its limitations. Either he hadn't completely grasped the mirror image great Tao, or the destructive power of this great Tao wasn't enough. However, if this great path was used as a group or a range attack, it would be really dangerous. After leaving the mirror world, Han Fei, Su, and Hans. Crack, 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 in an instant the path, the great Su, the Yu, the great blade sect disciple of the great path. Hunt. He. On the great Yu path, Su great. Yu Fei he was Yu. Han Su, Han Fei, Hans Yu. Han Fei he but Han. Even so, Han Fei knew that he didn't kill him. After all, this person could hide his essence blood in any grain of ice dust. At least, from the perspective of survival, this person's great path was excellent. Yeshua was thinking about how to escape. Han Fei manipulated the inexplicable water flow to gather all the ice crystal fragments. Then, Han Fei began to slowly set up an array. This array took him more than an hour to set up. Yeshua became more and more nervous. His great path of mirror image was indeed very strong, but it was only relative and not immortal. Even if he pulled people into the mirror world, he couldn't weaken the enemy's strength. Just like Han Fei, even if he pulled him into the mirror dimension, there was no way he could kill him. After another moment, Han Fei clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Are you still coming out? If you don't, go to hell." Han Fei casually rolled up this multi-layered array with the infinity water. Rumble, the big array surrounded him, revealing a dark red light shield on the bottom of the sea. The terrifying explosion instantly blew all the ice crystal fragments in the array into powder. All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed that some soul power was hitting the big array. When the void lines clenched, Han Fei opened his mouth, and hundreds of beasts devoured the soul. Kacha! At this moment, the red crack appeared in the sky again. Near the wall of death, a rain of blood fell. Another one died. The battle between the black killer Snail King and Peaceful didn't last long. He knew that Peaceful was just restraining him, and someone else was hunting his subordinates outside. The black killer Snail King roared, "Human, when I come to the Yin Yang Heaven again, I'll slaughter all of you." Peaceful sneered, Are you threatening me? Do you think I'm a coward? I'll tell Han Fei that later. Let me tell you, with his personality, he will probably go to your hometown. Space Tier. Chilla. After a 4-hour battle, the Black Killer Snail King, which had no more power to support it, finally disappeared under Peaceful's hands. It didn't mean that the Black Killer Snail King was weaker than Peaceful. However, he didn't know that Peaceful had been with the Life Queen all the time. It was safe to say that Peaceful was the person who met the Life Queen the most in the Shuemu heaven. Among the 72 Cloud Sea Divine Tree Kings, she was even stronger than the Insect King. How could a projection of the Black Killer Snail King defeat her with such talent and strength? On the other hand, Han Fei swallowed part of Yu Shua's vitality and soul power, recovering his soul power a little bit and increasing it by nearly 1,000 points. Han Fei shook his head slightly. His vitality had been recovered. However, if his soul continued to be damaged at this pace, he wouldn't be able to return to his peak even if he killed 10 more people like Yu Shua. However, it was already not bad that his soul power had increased by nearly 1,000 points. It took up about 2% of Yu Shua's total soul power, which was very rare. On the Scattered Stars Island, Kacha! When another red crack appeared, the entire Scattered Stars Island was seething. Because the rain at this time had already begun to change slightly. The color of the rain began to turn slightly red. Someone roared. Sure enough, a venerable has fallen. General Han's hunting outside has succeeded. Someone grinned. I knew it. Why didn't General Han continue to inspect the City of Justice today? It turns out that he went out to hunt venerables. Someone clicked his tongue. I really feel sorry for those sea demon venerables. Why did they let them bully us all the time? Now look at them. General Han will kill them one by one. Lying on the top of the Empyrean waterfall, the star Tortoise sighed. How much power will be returned to the world? It seems that a lot of new venerables are going to appear. In the Transverse Mountain, Shueshinchi also looked up at the sky. He was thinking about a question. Was he too conservative when he was in power? Or was Han Fei too good at fighting? Or had the times changed? In the past, powerhouses at the level of Venerable Ones would never participate in battles. But suddenly, the Venerables joined the battle. Following that, a large number of Venerables were killed or wounded. Was this a coincidence or an inevitability of history? At this moment, in the Thousand Star City, none of the Venerables of the Chu sect and the other big clans looked happy. Since when did the Venerables die so easily, one after another? How many days had it been since Han Fei returned to the Scattered Stars Island? He had already killed 2 Venerables. Besides, some people also knew that Peaceful had taken action. This half-step King Realm expert, who came out of nowhere, had destroyed the Black Killer Snail King's projection. After all, their battle was too noisy. The Venerables of the Chu sect and the big clans were having a meeting again. Someone said, Elder Chu, our big clans have completely lost control of the 36 towns, the Level 3 fishery, and the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei has even swaggered around in the Thousand Star City. We can't go on like this. The Sun family said, the sea demons have lost their power. 2 of the sea demon venerables were hunted by Han Fei in one day. The projection of the Black Demon Snail King was also destroyed. I'm afraid that in a few days, the entire sea area will be cleared by Han Fei. Old Monster Chu snorted and said leisurely, I did underestimate this kid Han Fei. Since he has taken all the places except the Thousand Star City, let's give them to him. I'd like to see if he can defend such a large territory. What if something happens to the seal of the sea area? On the first day, the projection of the Black Demon Snail King was gone. A junior venerable and an intermediate venerable died. On this day, 3 venerables died. Han Fei's efficiency was remarkable. On the second day, another intermediate venerable died. The Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. 3 venerables were killed in 2 days. Han Fei's prestige had soared crazily among the people. A large amount of power of faith was gathering toward Han Fei. Wang Lin was the busiest among these people. Han Fei was too efficient. When Han Fei came back, he hadn't even finished the erection of the statue yet. At this moment, Wang Lin found Bei Hua, took his hand, and said, "Brother, General Han used to be a member of the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. You should be responsible for the erection of the statue. I don't care. When General Han returns, I want to see his statue." Bei Hua scratched his head. "I feel life has been like a dream recently." Chapter 1512. On the 5th day, Han Fei had already fought with Mo Lin 5 times. It was not that Han Fei couldn't beat him, but that Mo Lin was not the strongest among the advanced venerables. There was still a long way to go before he reached the limit of the advanced venerables. In terms of strength, he was a little weaker than Sun Shaotian. At the end of the second battle, Han Fei already had a way to kill this person. However, Han Fei didn't do that. If he was weaker than Sun Shaotian, wouldn't he be his sparring partner? Han Fei wasn't worried that he would run away. After all, he had the nautical panorama. This was also the main reason why Han Fei hunted them. After Han Fei became a venerable, apart from frantically improving his strength, he didn't spend much time consolidating his foundation. The battles in the past few days made Han Fei feel that he had a different way of using his power every time, and Han Fei also gained the life or death tempering of the venerable realm. This was another big gain for Han Fei. 5 days, 10 days, half a month. Obviously, Mo Lin already knew that Han Fei regarded him as a sparring partner. However, wasn't he also waiting? He was waiting for Chao Xian to help him. However, in the past half a month, Chao Xian never appeared, as if he had completely forgotten him. Bastard! On this day, as usual, Han Fei fought with Mo Lin for more than 5 minutes before they separated. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "These 2 days, you don't seem to be in the mood to fight. If this continues, the next battle will be the time of your death." Mo Lin looked at Han Fei with a gloomy face. "Han Fei, my king will eventually return. Although you are powerful, the return of the king is not something you can resist." Han Fei smacked his lips. "Do you think you can scare me by saying that?" Han Fei smiled again. "By the way, why don't you tell me about the world inside the Wall of Death? Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your life." Mo Lin had already seen through Han Fei. Spare his life? That's impossible. Han Fei's current purpose was to use himself as a stepping stone to sharpen his own strength. Bam! Mo Lin suddenly attacked. The spear in his hand pierced through the void, and he shouted, "I've long realized that you're only using a secret technique to fight. Your true strength is only at the peak of a beginner's supremacy. It's impossible for me to forcefully utilize the strength of a high-rank Exalt realm expert for long. Today either you or I die." Han Fei calmly looked at the ink scales that were charging at him crazily. He smiled and sighed. "Alas, what a pity, such a good sparring partner. Explode." Han Fei said softly, "There's a barrier here." Rumble, Ink-Scaled's body exploded from the inside. It was as if there were billions of saber auras that emitted resplendent silver light. The Ink-Scale was blasted into dust. Han Fei knew that an advanced venerable must have a backup plan. Therefore, in the endless dust, a large black fog descended. The old turtle shouted at Han Fei, "Come on, I've caught him. Arrest him." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's void lines had clasped into the black mist. A figure that was growing rapidly was soon caught by Han Fei. At this moment, it was a pure battle of souls. In Han Fei's hand, the embroidery needle pierced through the black mist, and the 100-beast soul devourer forcibly suppressed the soul of the ink scales. Even so, Han Fei felt his head buzzing and his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were bleeding. He almost failed to resist the old guy's struggle. Rumble, during the past few days of fighting, Han Fei had done something. When he was fighting with the ink scales, he deliberately injected the infinity water into the ink scale's body bit by bit. This move was impossible to defend against. At the last moment, the ink scales were directly blown up. However, the ink scale's soul power was also very powerful. Therefore, Han Fei cooperated with the old turtle and captured his soul. Although the ink scales was seriously injured, Han Fei almost failed to capture him. It could be seen that the power of his soul was indeed unique. Kacha! Above the sky, the red crack reappeared. Venerable Grass was scared silly. Under this celestial phenomenon, he knew that except for himself, everyone else had died. These days, he knew that Han Fei had been fighting with the ink scales. However, the projection of the Black Corpse Snail King had been destroyed. If he went, he would be walking into a trap. The Half-King on the human side was definitely waiting for him. No, Han Fei is too fierce. I have to go back. It was impossible for one person to shake the human race. Chao Xian was not a fool. In this battle, the strength of the human race had been demonstrated. Unless all the strong masters of the Black Blood Royal City came, they would never be able to shake the human race. Half a day later, Han Fei tracked all the way to the original location of the 10,000 Demon Valley, according to the nautical panorama. He found a lot of energy and ownerless souls left in the crack between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley. He was dumbfounded. The old turtle said, "I was just about to tell you that the last sea monster isn't something that you and I can kill, even if we work together. But now, this man ran away at the risk of losing a lot of his cultivation. What an idiot. Venerable, if you don't fight, I'm afraid you will never become a king in this life." Humph! You still expect him to become a king? Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was puzzled. He didn't know how much Chao Xian had paid to leave a lot of ownerless souls and energy here. Han Fei took them all without any hesitation. What he needed most now were ownerless souls. This energy was not essential to him. He swallowed and absorbed all the energy into Forge the Universe. These ignorant souls were several times more effective than the ignorant souls he had absorbed with the void lines. After swallowing these ownerless souls, Han Fei checked the changes in his information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 83. Venerable, chaotic energy 9, spiritual power 64866/79999 damaged. Perception range greater than 18,000 kilometers. Power greater than 3,764 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level. 73. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level. 21. Main art, sky stealing technique. Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Looking at the data, Han Fei curled his lips. Looks like the injury to my spirit won't be healed in a short while. At least, apart from the 1,000-star city, he had hunted all the venerables that he could kill. It was equivalent to him devouring the 5 venerables, and the last piece of ownerless soul provided him with more than 2,000 points of divine soul power. In other words, on average, the other 4 people had provided him with about 1,000 points of divine soul power. In addition to the soul power, Han Fei's strength had also increased by dozens of times. Compared to his soul power, it was better than nothing. However, it was good to have a little growth. This showed that he still had a lot of room for growth. The 5 venerables of the sea demons also left a lot of materials and treasures for him. Their incomplete bodies could be brought back to the Scattered Stars Island and shown to the people of the City of Justice. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. There was an octopus with only 6.5 tentacles left, and a relatively healthy crab. As for the ink scales and Yu Shua, one had been blown into powder, and the other had been chopped into scraps. Han Fei thought for a moment and cut off an octopus tentacle and a crab pincer. Only then was he satisfied. As for what the tentacles and crab pincer could be used for, needless to say, of course it's for eating. The annihilation of the sea demon venerables meant that the entire Inyang sky was temporarily safe. However, the conflict with the Thousand-Star City would definitely be more intense. Therefore, Han Fei had two things to do now. One was to continue to improve his strength. However, in the Inyang Sky Ocean, there were probably not many places that could help him improve. The other thing was to quell the big clans, or rather, the big clans that destroyed the Thousand-Star City. For a long time, Han Fei had always felt that the existence of big clans was monopoly, control, and oppression. He could allow some small families to exist, and he could allow a large number of independent cultivators to exist. However, he would never allow some giant families to exist. Such families, for the prosperity of the family, crazily sucked the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people, were enemies that Han Fei firmly resisted. Now that the sea demons had been quelled, Han Fei felt that he was still not strong enough to face the big clans. Even with Old Han, Ren Tianfen, the thug patriarch, Old Bai, and Old Jiang, he was still far from being comparable to the big clans. Just the Chu school alone had an entire 7 Exalt realm experts. Among them, Old Monster Chu was a half-king, and Sect King Chu was a peak-level venerable. In the past, the strength of the big clans hadn't been revealed yet. However, Old Han and the others should have considered this. Therefore, Old Han and the others also contacted people from various parties. For example, Tang Yen, Lin Kuang's teacher, the thug patriarch. They were probably all people that Old Han wanted to make friends with. If it weren't for these people, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't have dared to break into the Thousand-Star City 8 years ago. Fine, let's go back and harvest some power of will first. At least, let me push my strength to the peak level of a junior venerable first. Chilla. Han Fei tore open the void and went straight in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island. And at this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, a huge statue made of spiritual level materials had been carved halfway. This statue was 99 meters high, and it depicted Han Fei holding a rod in one hand and putting the other hand on his waist, with a kitchen knife on his waist. In order to show Han Fei's achievements, Wang Lin also engraved Han Fei's great deeds at the foot of the statue. From Mr. Han Fei's life to leading the Scattered Stars Island to defeat the sea demons, and a series of great deeds of slaughtering the sea demons. This inscription was full of overflowing praise, which made people blush a little when they read it. As for Han Fei's messy past, it had long been forgotten by everyone. Just then, before Han Fei's statue was finished, Han Fei's voice had already spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island. My fellow comrades, I, Han Fei, am here to announce a big event today. The sea demons have been wiped out. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1513. As soon as Han Fei returned to the Scattered Stars Island, he shouted out loud. He didn't care who was listening. Anyway, he had to shout out this kind of good news as soon as possible. In fact, as long as Han Fei shouted on the Scattered Stars Island, people would know that he was back. Knowing that he was back, they knew that the sea demon venerables must have been killed. In less than a month, the anomalies in the sky had appeared 4 times. On the Scattered Stars Island, the rain never stopped. Especially the last time, the red rainwater was as thick as blood. How could people not know? Chilla. Everyone raised their heads, only to see that Han Fei suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this, many people were speechless. Did Han Fei take out the sky-hanging mirror again? Xue Shinqi and the older generation of the Scattered Stars Island could bet that Han Fei was definitely the supreme commander in history who was the best at using the sky-hanging mirror. However, Han Fei's achievements were beyond reproach. In less than a month, he had killed 4 sea demons. Wasn't that enough? In the sky, Han Fei said aloud, My fellow comrades, I, Han Fei, Went to the sea a few days ago to hunt the sea demons that escaped from the war a year ago to reassure the people. Now, I've killed 1 junior venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, 1 advanced venerable, and 1 semi-king. I can proudly say that the projection of the black killer snail king has been destroyed. Only 1 escaped, and the one that escaped is no longer able to return. Billions of humans are finally liberated. Everyone. At this moment, many people had the same thought in their hearts. No wonder he was General Han. How could those big clans do their best to slaughter the venerables? General Han was the hope of mankind. At this time, Tang Yen in the body of the cloud whale couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Han Fei's shamelessness was beyond imagination. Did you kill the projection of the black killer snail king? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your teeth off? Countless people were newcomers who had just come to the Scattered Stars Island. These days, they had heard that Han Fei went to the sea to hunt. Some people had also said that Han Fei had hunted for sea demons, and they had been told about the phenomenon. However, how could these hearsay be as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes? Suddenly, Han Fei took out the remains of the octopus and the crab. This was the true form of the sea monster. The crab was 700 to 800 meters long, and the octopus, including its tentacles, was at least a few thousand meters long. "Hiss!" someone exclaimed. "What a big creature! What the hell was that?" "Is that the corpse of the sea demon venerable?" Someone swallowed hard. "Oh my God! It's not that I'm boasting, but if this crab swoops down, it can crush me into powder." Even Xue Xinqi and Old Chun in the archives couldn't help but be speechless, wondering how Tu Zun could bring the body back. Under normal circumstances, it was already extremely difficult to kill a venerable. You want to bring back an intact corpse? That would be even more difficult. When venerables died, they would not allow others to defile their bodies. Normally, when a venerable one died, they would either die of old age and die alone, or they would explode and self-destruct in the world. Obviously, the 2 venerables were killed by Han Fei before they could self-detonate. Roar, roar, roar. All hail Marshal Han! Marshal Han, I'm going to make you a puppet! From now on, the human race will occupy the entire sea. In the thousands of cries, Han Fei shouted, "My fellow comrades, the corpses of the venerables are of great help to cultivation. I've decided to contribute the remains of these 2 venerables to the City of Justice. Where is Wang Lin of the Ministry of Construction?" "Yes, Marshal Han, I'm here." Wang Lin was extremely flustered. In the Scattered Stars 7th Unit, he had been urging Beihua and the others to build the statue as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect that Han Fei would come back so soon. When he heard Han Fei's call, Wang Lin had an idea and shouted to Beihua and the others, "Brother, don't build it! Let's take the statue to the center of the city and build it on the spot." With that, Wang Lin carried the half-completed statue and flew towards the City of Justice. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the scene. "Is this my statue?" "Hey, no. I called you for something else. What are you trying to do by carrying my statue and running?" Wang Lin flew and resisted. Soon, he appeared in the reflection range of the sky hanging mirror. Wang Lin yelled, "Commander Han, may I be so bold as to build a statue of you to show your contributions to the human race? This statue represents the hearts of the people and the spiritual symbol of the millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island. I'd like to erect it in the center of the City of Justice for the people to admire." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat and he was touched. How could I? When Han Fei said this, many people thought that Han Fei was going to refuse. In an instant, all kinds of shouts soared into the sky. Someone shouted crazily, "Marshal Han, the City of Justice was built by you. It's only right that there should be a statue of you. Only in this way can we protect the City of Justice for thousands of years." Someone shouted collectively, "Marshal Han, please accept our wish." The entire Scattered Stars Island was full of noises and noises. There were all kinds of voices, almost all of which were one-sided. Asking Han Fei to accept this statue, after all, what did the middle-level and low-level cultivators know? They only knew that Han Fei had made great contributions to the human race. In the sky, Han Fei's face trembled. Fine, since it's your wish, I can't refuse. However, Wang Lin, the top priority is not my statue, but to build a cultivation tower. Put the corpses of the two venerables in it for the people to cultivate. Wang Lin's heart did a flip, and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, Marshal Han. This is a great event for the human race. I'll manage it myself. From now on, I'll set up the construction department next to the cultivation tower. I'll take care of it personally to ensure its safety." As soon as Wang Lin said this, the experts of the other tribes were all speechless. Someone secretly cursed, "Wang Lin is shameless. The corpses of the two venerables. This guy clearly wants to borrow the two corpses to temper himself for free." Someone said, "What a lucky bastard. The corpses of the two venerables can help him make a breakthrough and even be used for visualization. It's very effective. Wang Lin, this be***starred is really lucky." Han Fei had probably guessed what Wang Lin meant, but he didn't care. The corpses of the venerables were not the corpses of the kings. For him, they couldn't be used for anything other than hot pot. Han Fei was happy to do Wang Lin a favor. After all, Wang Lin did a good job with the statue. If he had proposed it, others might have different opinions. But Wang Lin understood the meaning of words, which reflected the will of the people. As long as the statue was there, the people on the Scattered Stars Island would be able to contribute the power of wish to him every day. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Han Fei forgot what he wanted to say. However, on second thought, he didn't have much to say. He came back to harvest the power of wish. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, listen up! For the rise of the human race and for everyone to become stronger, I propose that on the day the cultivation tower is built, the whole city will go hunting in the sea. The weak will kill the enemy on the beach, and the strong will fight in the sea. In the past, we fought and grew to resist the threat of the sea demons. Now, we pursue growth and strength in order to become a true powerhouse. This is also what we've been pursuing since we embarked on the path of cultivation." "Oh, that's great, General Han. How grand will it be to hunt the whole island? By then, the Scattered Stars Island will be full of resources. The prosperity of the Scattered Stars Island will begin here." Someone laughed. "I have to say, I'm really not used to the invasion of the sea demons." Someone laughed and scolded. F***ck, if you're not used to it, I'm used to it. How comfortable are we now? We can go to sea whenever we want and fight whenever we want. Everything is for our own growth. This is the F***king path we used to take. Before I came to the Scattered Stars Island, I never thought of fighting the sea demons year after year." Someone sighed. "All of this is thanks to General Han's wise leadership." Han Fei felt the invisible power of wish pouring into his body. This feeling was very wonderful. With this power of wish, his strength could continue to grow steadily. If he did this every few days, Han Fei was sure that he could become an advanced venerable in at most a year. At this time, Han Fei finally understood why Tang Yin could grow so fast back then. This infinite power of wish, to put it bluntly, as long as the amount was enough, it could push him to the peak level of the Venerable Realm or even the Demi-King Realm. Just as Han Fei was thinking about this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who else could it be but Tang Yen? Tang Yen said, "Han Fei, I don't want to discourage you, but don't expect to cultivate with the power of wish. Although the cultivation of the power of wish is very fast, it also has its drawbacks. The increase of the power of wish can easily lead to the instability of the foundation, making you unable to get enough polishing. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing all these years? It's just that I grew too fast back then." Being reminded by Tang Yen, the the enthusiasm in Han Fei's heart was greatly extinguished. The old turtle had also told him about this. However, the old turtle was not particularly familiar with the power of wish. Therefore, he wasn't so sure about it. At this moment, being reminded by Tang Yen, Han Fei's heart sank. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He was different from Tang Yen. If the historical records were correct, Tang Yen made breakthroughs all the way and didn't show his extremely powerful personal combat power. Therefore, Tang Yan's foundation should be worse than his, and he didn't use the power of wish to improve his strength. Increasing the disassembling speed of spiritual energy shouldn't affect his foundation, right? The only realm that he improved with the power of wish was the beginner venerable realm. It only took him a few months to go from the beginner venerable realm to the peak level of the beginner venerable realm. The old turtle reminded him, "Well, I think so too." Han Fei responded, "I know what I'm doing." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1514. After harvesting a wave of power of hope, Han Fei spent another half a month in Forge the Universe to push his strength to the peak level of a junior venerable. Of course, this so-called peak was not the theoretical limit of Han Fei, but the limit that the power of hope could reach. Since it was for the growth of power, Han Fei didn't care how to improve in the junior venerable realm. The only thing he needed to consider was how to polish his foundation and tap his potential in the junior venerable realm. After his strength was raised to the peak level of a junior venerable, Han Fei began to crazily disassemble spiritual energy with the power of hope. However, the difficulty of disassembling spiritual energy was far beyond Han Fei's expectation. In Forge the Universe, the power of hope only lasted for less than a month before it was almost used up, and the degree of spiritual energy disassembly only increased from 72% to 75%. Han Fei was speechless. "Old Yuan, is it so difficult to disassemble the power of hope?" The old turtle was also speechless. "Do you think it's still slow?" Generally speaking, it takes at least 100 years of cultivation for a beginner venerable to reach the peak level of a junior venerable, and the progress of spiritual energy disassembly may only be 1% in 10 years. How many days has it been? Do you think it's slow to improve by 3%? Han Fei thought to himself, "I'd better go straight to 100%. After experimenting, Han Fei found that his efficiency of using 1 point of spiritual energy was about 1.8 to 1, 9 times. Compared with before, it was indeed a big improvement. This did mean that the higher the degree of spiritual energy disassembly, the stronger his ultimate strength would be. After all, only spiritual energy was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. In the next few days, the collection of power of hope stabilized, but it seemed very slow. As time went by, people's admiration for Han Fei also began to calm down. Han Fei couldn't help it. He couldn't expect people to shout, "All hail Marshal Han," on the Scattered Stars Island every day. Fortunately, his strength seemed to be stuck for the time being, and he needed time to polish it. Even if there was more power of hope, it could only be used to improve the degree of spiritual energy disassembly. The national hunt lasted for a full 3 days, and Han Fei had been fishing in the Empyrean waterfall for 3 days. Except for occasionally going to the surface of the sea, he had basically never left. In the past few days, he had been thinking about a question. Should he go inside the wall of death and take a look? Once he had this thought, he couldn't stop it anymore. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. Han Fei was almost that cat now. Now, the Scattered Stars Island was no longer threatened by sea demons. Therefore, Han Fei went to Shueishenqi and asked him to temporarily act as the deputy commander for a long time. Shueishenqi's answer was that there could only be one commander in the City of Justice. Since Han Fei didn't die, this was a way for him to become a king. After some communication, Han Fei knew that once Shueishenqi regained control of the City of Justice and he was away for a long time, it wouldn't be a good thing for his rule. Han Fei pondered for a long time. He really wanted to get an incarnation to help him guard the Scattered Stars Island. Unfortunately, his avatar was still in the Yaoxiling Pagoda. Who knew what was going on? It was too far away, so he couldn't sense it. Because of his hesitation, he fished for 3 days in a row. Of course, he wasn't fishing for fish, but for his mood. In the end, Han Fei still felt that he couldn't give up the position of commander. He could postpone the plan of the Wall of Death for a while. It seemed that in addition to the Wall of Death, there were still some other things he could do. Among them, relatively speaking, one of the simpler things might be the 2 things left behind in the Level 3 fishery. In the Level 3 fishery, what Han Fei had been thinking about to this day were the weird, secret realm in the abyssal chasm and the ferocious puppets suppressed under the steps into the sea. Swish! Han Fei's fishing hook was hooked back from thousands of kilometers away, with a yellow-blooded sea cucumber hanging on it. Because Han Fei had been thinking about something, he didn't let Big Yellow come over to fish with him. At this moment, Han Fei withdrew the fishing rod, and Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei casually threw the yellow-blooded sea cucumber over, and said lightly, "Fish by yourself. I have something to do." Han Fei stepped into the mansion, and with a thought, he released Gui Sanqing from the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when I'm gone, you have to turn into my appearance and temporarily guard the Scattered Stars Island for me." The old turtle said leisurely, "Will I be gone for a long time?" Han Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure. It may be long or short. As a dignified emperor, you should have a way to realize the connection between the clone and the main body, right?" The old turtle nodded. "If it's only within the sea area, I can certainly do it. However, if you leave this sea area, even I don't have the ability to control the situation across the sea." Han Fei wanted to continue to use the star turtle to pretend to be himself. But the star turtle had run away. God knew where he had gone. After all, a venerable was a venerable and would not be controlled by others. If Han Fei couldn't find him, there was nothing he could do. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, why don't we sign a master-servant contract now?" Hiss! The old turtle suddenly became furious. "Impossible. I'm a dignified emperor, and you are venerable. You want to sign a master-servant contract with me? Don't even think about it." Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "Old Yuan, you should know. You know so many of my secrets. I can't let you go. If you have to follow me all the time, what's the difference between signing this master-servant contract sooner or later?" The old turtle's eyes were red, although he had expected that the 2 of them would quarrel about this topic. The old turtle felt that it must be after Han Fei became a king. Han Fei became a king, at that time he could compromise. Then he wouldn't lose face as an emperor. After all, Han Fei also had the potential. However, Han Fei was only a venerable now. How could he lower his noble head? The old turtle thought of something. "It's not impossible for me to sign a contract with you. I also know that you have extraordinary luck. Why don't you and I sign an equality contract? In the future, we can support each other. What do you think?" Han Fei pretended to hesitate and then said leisurely, "Really? I'll go back and look for old Han and ask him for his opinion. He should have lived long enough to know the difference between different contracts." "No, wait a minute." The old turtle immediately became anxious. "Old Han, do I have to go to your father for this? There isn't anyone in your family who's simple. If I go to your father, he will pull out my soul and chop it." The old turtle hurriedly said, "Well, it's just a suggestion. Don't tell your father for the time being. In fact, there are many contracts in this world. Why do you insist on a master-servant contract?" Immediately, the old turtle threw out a type of contract. He said, "Han Fei, in fact, before the age of gods and before there was another kind of contract called the life-bonded contract. If you're willing, it's not like I can't." Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What is a life-bonded contract?" The old turtle said, "Accompany each other for life and death. Never abandon each other. They are each other's life-bonded objects. This kind of contract, also known as a soul contract, uses the soul of the signatory as the contract carrier. Once you go back on your word, your body and soul will be destroyed. Hearing this, Han Fei shivered. Go away. A life-bonded contract? Each other's life-bonded objects? Humph, only my wife gets such treatment. You, how old are you? You want to sign a life-bonded contract with me? What a waste. You should just give up on this idea. The old turtle. Han Fei snorted. Fine, let's talk about this later. However, old Yuan, if I really become a king one day, there may be a lot of creatures who want to recognize me as their master. Think about my contractual spiritual beasts. They are at least legendary. In the future, if I have a chance to become a king, will I be weaker than you? Of course. Han Fei didn't expect to make this old turtle yield today. However, it was still necessary to threaten him so that he would know what to do. 3 days later, Han Fei didn't return by teleportation array, but directly crossed the vast sea. Along the way, Han Fei found a lot of secret realms. However, Han Fei didn't explore them. This was because he knew that an ordinary mystical realm like this no longer held any meaning for him. Even if these secret realms were all filled with spiritual springs, spirit awakening fluid, and the like, it was useless. Of course, in some secret realms, there might also be treasures at the level of sea, quelling bizarre treasures, but they must be extremely rare. Now that he even had a human holy weapon, he might not be interested in so many sea, quelling bizarre treasures. When Han Fei crossed more than 2 million kilometers, he saw a fishing boat on the vast sea, and there was an old man sitting on the fishing boat. After seeing Han Fei, the old man couldn't help but nod to him. The highest commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, there were more than those venerables in this world. In fact, in the level 3 fishery, there were also venerables. These venerables might not care about worldly affairs, but they would never allow sea demons to break in. Han Fei smiled. Senior, you are? The old man shrugged slightly. I'm just a nobody. Don't worry about me, Marshal Han. Marshal Han, are you going to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei nodded. Yes. The old man nodded slightly. Please go ahead, Marshal Han. He didn't ask what Han Fei was going to do, but Han Fei felt that this old man should have already known his purpose. However, this made Han Fei a little confused. In that abyssal chasm, had the 2 secret realms that he hadn't explored been explored by others? After all, which venerable didn't want to become a king? Didn't this old man know about those 2 secret realms? The secret in the abyssal chasm might not be a secret for others, but for these venerables, was it a secret? Soon, without the guidance of the navigator, Han Fei quietly came to the abyssal chasm and entered that strange place. Walking this road again, Han Fei wanted to see if he could pass without the ferryman. As a result, Han Fei was surprised to find that even though he was a venerable, his energy was slowly fading away, and he still couldn't tell the direction here in the end. Han Fei still followed the ferryman to the ghost ship. Around him, the small blue fish were still swimming. On the ghost ship, there was a new intruder. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and didn't board the ship. Instead, he touched the time ring on his finger and said lightly, "Where is Xiao Sei?" Third update, asking for tickets. Note that I have something to do tomorrow, so the update tomorrow night may be a little late. You can watch it later. End of this chapter. Chapter 1515. Han Fei forcibly scanned with his perception and found that in this damn place, even the perception of a venerable would be pulled by an unknown force and easily distorted, so he couldn't see the situation below. Hiss! Han Fei suddenly thought of the time dragon carp. Could a king realm cultivator freely change time and space? Han Fei doubted it. Presumably, the time here had been changed by the time dragon carp, so his perception wanted to cross time? This was almost impossible. Therefore, Han Fei just shouted and waited for Xiao Sei to come out himself. Although he was already in the venerable realm, he didn't know the time spell. Therefore, even if he could crush Xiao Sei to death without even moving his fingers, he had to see him first. He shouted, but no one responded. Han Fei shrugged helplessly and casually grabbed a flood dragon. The energy and pressure of the flood dragon immediately pressed down on the ghost ship, and the unintentional intruders were frightened. Some of them were almost disabled. Han Fei frowned. Swish! On the hull, suddenly a blue light flashed and a figure appeared. Xiao Sei stood on the side of the ship and looked at Han Fei. However, when he looked at it, he was scared out of his wits. Swish! The space twisted slightly, and Han Fei had already appeared beside him. Xiao Sei looked at Han Fei in shock and said, Your strength has grown so fast." "Oh, you can see through my strength?" Xiao Sei shook his head. "Of course I can't see through your strength, but I am extremely sensitive to energy. As long as Little Master doesn't come out, I won't come out. If I can't come out, why do I need such strong power?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Xiao Sei's words, his strength could actually grow, right? Han Fei didn't care so much. Threw a sea-swallowing seashell to Xiao Sei, and then threw the flood dragon in his hand to Xiao Sei. "Bring it to Little Time for me. By the way, why don't you let these people on the ship go? Ordinary people can't withstand the energy devouring here." Xiao Sei shook his head. "I won't attack them. However, the hearts of these people were too evil. They used to have 13 people in their team, but now there are 4 people left. You know what this means, right?" Han Fei glanced at the dragon boat. On the top of the ship, the eyes of those people were glowing with hunger. Han Fei and Xiao Sei were chatting on the first floor. After all, Han Fei didn't know the real situation of these people, and he didn't have a good impression of them after hearing what Xiao Sei said. In this world, there are lives and deaths every day. Saving someone was karma. Killing someone was also karma. There was no need for him to help them, nor did he want to. "Do you know when Little Time can come out? Don't tell me that little guy is still at level 1. Xiao Sei said, "In this place, you can't judge based on your current strength. Only through time could one see the truth of the matter. Since Little Master didn't look for you, it means that it's not the right time yet. But perhaps it will happen soon." Xiao Sei had made mistakes before, and Han Fei had wanted to kill him several times. This time, after talking with him, Han Fei felt that Xiao Sei had changed a lot. His entire person became calm and unhurried, with a kind of indifferent temperament. Han Fei nodded slightly. Han Fei asked, "Can I go and see Little Time?" Xiao Sei shook his head. Sooner or later. Han Fei smiled slightly. "Okay, abyssal chasm, which direction is it?" Xiao Sei pointed in the direction of the stern. He felt that with Han Fei's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find the direction. However, since Han Fei had asked, he could help him with this trivial matter. After all, Han Fei had come and brought a lot of delicious food, and Little Master should be very happy. "Let's go," Han Fei said casually and disappeared from Xiao Sei's sight with one step. Seeing this scene, Xiao Sei also let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was jealous of Han Fei. He was not jealous now. He only knew that it was almost time for him to leave. Abyssal chasm. Avoiding the surging sword tides on both sides, Han Fei passed through the big black hole and appeared directly in the chasm. As soon as he entered the chasm, he didn't encounter any strange big Tao creature like last time. Han Fei couldn't help but shrug and smile. Sure enough, the reason why he encountered the big Tao last time should be a little trouble caused by the time dragon carp. Han Fei knew that in this place, it was not suitable for creatures to survive at all. The further he went, the more sword chi he encountered. Ordinary creatures couldn't survive in this situation at all. That big Tao? It was impossible for it to survive. After all, he was now a venerable. Even the energy of a venerable would slowly dissipate, let alone that big Tao. Therefore, there was no doubt that the big Tao was definitely arranged by the Time Dragon Carp. Maybe by changing the timeline, a big Tao could be attracted here. At this time, Han Fei came here again. He already knew the strength ladder of this world and the truth of this world. It was impossible for a place like the Abyssal Chasm not to be discovered by a strong master. Perhaps the secret realm he was going to had already been visited by other strong masters. However, this didn't take much time for him. At least, Han Fei's main purpose was not the secret realm in the Abyssal Chasm, but the puppets under the steps into the sea. The reason why Han Fei came to the Abyssal Chasm first was that compared with the puppets that had been raised for tens of thousands of years, these secret realms might be simpler. Maybe as long as he went in and took a look, he would know whether there was any danger inside, or he would know what kind of opportunities were inside. Han Fei remembered that the gatehouse of the first secret realm was 200 kilometers away. At that time, he was curious. What kind of secret realm would be built in such a safe place? However, when Han Fei wanted to step into this secret realm, he just raised his foot as if he knew that once he entered, he would definitely die. This time, Han Fei took a few steps and appeared in front of the gatehouse. He looked at the gatehouse again. The gatehouse itself had no special features. Han Fei didn't see anything special from it. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers, but he frowned. He couldn't see anything. Is this a place with chaotic, heavenly secrets? Han Fei raised his foot again and tried to step into the gatehouse. However, as soon as he raised his foot, he still felt his heart palpitate in danger. Although this degree of danger was not very strong, it shouldn't be like this. He was now a peak-level junior venerable. If he really went all out, his strength would at least be equivalent to that of an advanced venerable. If he made a strong move, he could even compete with a peak-level venerable within 100 minutes. Besides, with his indestructible golden body, he could even fight a half-king venerable. But now he felt threatened outside a small secret realm in this level 3 fishery. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but have a strange feeling. If this secret realm was really so dangerous, was it possible that this secret realm had never been opened before? Although Han Fei felt that this was still unlikely, but at least there was this possibility. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Turtle, can you feel the danger in this secret realm?" The old turtle said, "I have to go in to know. As far as the pressure on my soul is concerned, there is no danger here." As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Han Fei felt that he hadn't had this feeling of treasure hunting for a long time. But in this secret realm, he once again found the feeling of not being able to control the unknown. He was even a little nervous and excited. After coming back from the 1,000-star city this time, Han Fei's confidence was extremely inflated. In this entire Waterwood heaven, except for the Eye of the Heavenly Path and the big clans, there was probably nothing that he couldn't do. If even he felt apprehensive, what would exist in such a place? Rubbing the time ring on his hand, Han Fei suddenly made up his mind and stepped into the gate. At the moment he stepped into the gate, the uncertainty and palpitations in Han Fei's heart suddenly multiplied. This was a bit like the bewitching power of the great Tao's 9 sounds. Swish! Han Fei only felt that the world in front of him was like a matrix space. In front of him, there were many uneven stones of different heights, densely packed together. This road had an end, and it was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Han Fei was in the middle of a circular ring, and there were roads in all directions. It seemed that he could walk out from any angle. The distance was only more than 2,000 meters, which was not very far. However, Han Fei knew in his heart that this road was definitely not easy to walk. When Han Fei raised his head and looked up, he found that there seemed to be a rapidly spinning vortex, less than 200 meters high in the sky. However, in a daze, he felt that his vision was deprived by the vortex. Immediately, Han Fei's perception swept lightly. Cough, cough! a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Han Fei's mouth. His perception was immediately strangled as soon as it touched the vortex. And if one's perception exceeded this circular matrix space that was pieced together by cubes, it would also be ground to pieces by an invisible force. Haha, old Yuan, is this what you mean? There is no danger here? The old turtle nodded. This place is quite strange. I didn't feel any danger when I was outside. Even when I entered here, I still didn't feel any danger. Han Fei was a little confused. When he was outside the gate, he knew that there was danger here. However, the sense of danger was not very strong. That was why he dared to walk in. This was also because he was extremely confident that he would not be trapped by a secret realm in the level 3 fishery. Now it seemed that the situation was a little wrong. After coming in, there was no way back, and he could clearly feel the danger. However, now the old turtle didn't feel it. What was the difference between him and the old turtle? Immediately, Han Fei thought of something. Realm. The reason why the old turtle was not afraid of all kinds of dangers in the Explorer realm was that the old turtle's soul realm had always been in the Emperor realm, but the power it showed was weak. This also meant that this place, for those whose realm was lower than the setting of this secret realm, represented danger. At this time, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a little suction force coming from the vortex, and this suction force was gradually getting stronger. His top priority was to get out of here first. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't act rashly. Casually, Han Fei threw a crab on one of the rectangular stone platforms. However, as soon as the crab was thrown out, suddenly, the space above the rectangular stone platform seemed to have changed. The crab appeared directly 200 meters in the air. With a series of cracking sounds, the crab was easily crushed by the whirlpool. It was directly obliterated, leaving not even dregs behind. Humph! Fuse! Without hesitation, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White, and the yin-yang divine eyes were revealed. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the vortex above his head was no longer a vortex. It was a fixed pattern, but someone had deliberately carved it into the shape of a whirlpool. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1516. Hiss. That's interesting. Han Fei knew that the principle of this kind of image was actually to deceive the brain by using human vision. This kind of vortex that seemed to be rotating at a high speed was actually a fixed pattern. So, where did the crab that was just eaten by the vortex go? This was what Han Fei found strange. An array? The first thing that came to Han Fei's mind was an array. Therefore, this was definitely a killing array, one that he had never heard of. Besides, its design was so exquisite that it directly deceived people's vision. When Han Fei scanned those rectangular blocks with the yin-yang divine eyes, he suddenly found that above these seemingly ordinary rectangular blocks, there were strange spatial fluctuations, which should be part of a spatial array. Inside each ring, there was only one rectangular block, and there were no spatial fluctuations. And this circular array had a total of 1,001 rings inside and outside. On average, the distance between the rings was extremely small, and the rectangular cylinders were next to each other. This meant that if there was no specific way to find the 1,001 blocks in the 1,001 ring arrays, ordinary people couldn't leave this array space at all. As long as they took a step out, they would immediately be teleported to the vortex and killed by the vortex array. Just when Han Fei was about to step out, he suddenly found that the position of the safe blocks in his eyes was shifting. What an exquisite array! Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. To break the array, one had to directly grasp the operating rules of this array in order to get out of it. If he didn't have the yin-yang divine eyes, how could he see through these seemingly ordinary stones? Even so, these stones were still changing from time to time. This greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the array. Han Fei's intuition told him that the design difficulty of this array was undoubtedly the highest among all the killing arrays he had seen. It should be second only to the Infinity Road in the God's Memorial Tower. Why was there such an exquisite array in the level 3 fishery? Generally speaking, the exquisiteness of an array meant that it couldn't be weak. After all, those who could set up such a complicated array couldn't be weak. And how could the strong set up a weak array? Han Fei sensed that the attraction force above his head was getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, they barely felt anything, but after only about 5 minutes, the suction force was enough to make all hanging fishers unable to control their bodies and strength. Han Fei couldn't help but feel scared. How lucky he was that he didn't come. If he had come to this place back then, even if he could see through the mysteries of the formation, he might not have had the chance to walk out of it for now. Han Fei didn't panic. He had to figure it out first and observe the interval between changes of these security arrays. Every 20 breaths or so, the safety cube would change its position. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first confirm which are the correct rectangular columns. Secondly, there were 1,001 rings here. Each ring was made up of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of rectangular pillars. Within each ring, only one of the rectangular pillars was safe. This meant that the person breaking the formation had to walk through 1,001 seemingly irregular rectangular cylinders within 20 breaths. Realizing this, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, he felt lucky that he didn't attack recklessly. He had to start breaking the formation as soon as the safety rectangles changed. In this way, he would have 20 breaths time. If he didn't break the formation when the rectangles changed, then he might only have 10 breaths time or even a few breaths time. Understanding all this, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly and he began to wait. After a full 12 breaths time, as soon as the correct path changed, Han Fei's figure, like a ghost, flashed crazily among these rectangular pillars. It took Han Fei a little more than 4 breaths time to pass through 1,001 rectangular cylinders. When Han Fei stood outside the killing array, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he had come here as a semi-venerable, then his speed of breaking the formation might have been 8 to 10 breaths time. If he had come here as a peak-level law enforcer, even 20 breaths time might not have been enough. Perhaps it might be just right. This also meant that anyone who wanted to break through this secret realm had to at least have the strength and means of a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. The old turtle naturally saw Han Fei's performance. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Did you see through this formation with your pupil technique?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Did you see through this formation?" The old turtle said, "I'm only in the realm of soul power and don't have the corresponding strength. I can probably only feel that every time you walk, the state of the space seems to be a little different." Han Fei grinned and didn't respond. At this time, Han Fei suddenly clenched his fist, and with a boom, a golden fist mark rumbled out, bombarding the vortex at the top of the circular killing array. The golden fist mark seemed to be swallowed by a black hole and didn't make any splash at all. Immediately, the old turtle said, "The level of this secret realm is quite high. The power of your punch is comparable to the full power of an ordinary beginner venerable one, but it doesn't even have the ability to shake this formation." Han Fei's face also became slightly solemn. "The level of this secret realm is more than high. That was King terrifying. This is not a secret realm for ordinary people at all. That's why it is in this abyssal chasm. Even if someone were to arrive at this secret realm by chance, they would immediately feel a fatal sense of danger and not dare to enter. Fortunately, Han Fei had the yin-yang divine eyes. Therefore, he was able to quickly walk out of this strange killing formation. Otherwise, he could only try to break through it with the star teleportation technique. At least, the nautical panorama was ineffective in the face of this type of killing array. After all, the nautical panorama could only be used 3 times a day. And the secret to breaking this formation was to take 1,001 steps in 20 seconds. One wrong step, and he would be eaten by the killing array above his head. Outside the formation, Han Fei looked around. Immediately, Han Fei exclaimed, "Oh, F***CK!" Han Fei was surprised to see that outside this killing array, except for one way, the other spaces were all sealed, and the only way was covered with all kinds of corpses and bones. Obviously, in the long river of history, there were many people who had reached this place. Since these people could walk through the killing array, it meant that they were all extraordinary. If not everyone was as strong as Han Fei, then if they wanted to pass the killing array, they had to be at least an explorer. It was obvious that most of the people who had passed through the killing array had fallen on this path. The old turtle couldn't help saying, "It seems that you are in trouble. Look at that passage. It is full of ownerless souls." Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for a strong master to die. Even if they die and their souls can't return to the chaotic sea, they will still retain some inexplicable consciousness. However, there are ownerless souls here. This means that there is a way to kill divine souls in this passageway. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought that he was just trying to break through a secret realm, but who knew that this secret realm was so difficult? Originally, Han Fei thought that the killing array was already very inhumane. After careful calculation, ordinary people couldn't pass this level at all. But now it seemed that the killing array just now might not be the most difficult. Han Fei naturally didn't dare to act rashly. The passage in front of him was also about 2,000 meters long. At present, Han Fei hadn't figured out why this distance of about 2,000 meters was so difficult to walk. In the Yin-Yang divine eyes, this place was full of ownerless souls, and this was the result of a long time of dissipation. Han Fei didn't feel the joy of getting ownerless souls, because could these ignorant souls get them? That was the same question. In his field of vision, through the corpses on the ground, Han Fei saw strange lines engraved on the ground of that passage. These lines made Han Fei take a deep breath. Han Fei immediately took out the nautical panorama. However, Han Fei didn't use the nautical panorama to calculate anything. Han Fei's eyes looked at the fifth ring of the nautical panorama. The nautical panorama was composed of 5 rings. The first 4 rings were the myriad race language, the 5-element inscription, a kind of spatial line, and the solar calendar stone. Even the old turtle didn't know the 5th ring. However, what appeared in this place was the line on the 5th ring. Knowing that this kind of line was not simple, Han Fei didn't even touch those ownerless souls. Those lines and marks on the ground and walls should be the root cause of so many people's deaths. And the carvings of these lines seemed to be irregular. They were twisted, curved, sometimes perfectly shaped and sometimes broken. They didn't look like words, nor did they look like arrays. The old turtle said, "What do you see?" "I think, first of all, you can't collect the ownerless souls here. If it were so easy to absorb, there wouldn't have been so many people dying here." Han Fei directly sat down cross-legged. This time, even the Yin-Yang divine eyes didn't make any progress. However, on the nautical panorama, there weren't many of these lines. Here, these lines were very dense. Although he couldn't understand them, it didn't mean that the demon purification pot couldn't. Han Fei's eyes were fixed on these lines, as if trying to remember them in his mind. Just like he could see knife intent from the words, Han Fei felt that he could also see some strange power from these lines, a kind of power that could kill people. Even if he didn't understand it, he could use it as a visualization painting. And once he could really visualize it, then the demon purification pot could repair it. But Han Fei stared at it intently. When Han Fei began to concentrate, the picture of these countless lines had already appeared in his mind. At first, they were still single. Soon, these lines began to intersect crazily, directly condensing into a mess in Han Fei's mind. It's as hard to remember as the God-scaring painting. The second chapter. Please vote. The third chapter will be updated later. The specific time should be after 7 or 8 o'clock. End of this chapter. Chapter 1517. Han Fei found that this kind of line was not easy to remember, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although it was not easy to remember, it was precisely because it was difficult to remember that this kind of thing could be traced and deduced. Sure enough, about an hour later, an inscription, Tao pattern, appeared in Han Fei's mind. In his eyes, information emerged. Tao pattern unrated. Note: Heavenly Path pattern contains the mysterious truth of impermanence, and the rules of the Great Path are hidden in it. Observing the Tao pattern in the market can enhance the power of the soul and improve one's comprehension. As for arrays, the power will be doubled. This Tao pattern is incomplete and not very useful. Comprehension: 5/100 repair. 0/1 billion. After reading this information, Han Fei took a slight breath. Damn it, is this thing really powerful? Not only does the Heavenly Path pattern contain the Great Path, but it can also be used as a visualization diagram. However, Han Fei was not surprised. The patterns that could appear on the nautical panorama didn't look like simple patterns at all. Han Fei could afford to repair it with 1 billion points of spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, Han Fei directly repaired it. After a while, information reappeared in his eyes. Tao pattern unrated. Note: Heavenly Path pattern contains the mysterious truth of impermanence, and the rules of the Great Path are hidden in it. Observing the Tao pattern in the market can enhance the power of the soul and improve one's comprehension. As for arrays, the power will be doubled. This Tao pattern contains the principles of the 9 palaces and is often used in arrays. After Han Fei restored all the Tao patterns, as soon as he immersed his mind in them, he found that there were many inexplicable lines in his mind. But these lines were different from those arranged on the ground. If one looked at these lines independently, he would find that once they were reflected in his mind, they would change on their own. The Great Path is invisible. How can the Great Path be shown with clear lines? Han Fei suddenly realized something. The Tao pattern in his mind was the real Tao pattern, but once it was drawn, it was no longer a real Tao pattern. In this passage, there should be an array. When someone drew the array, they hid the meaning of the Tao pattern in it, so the array was extraordinarily powerful. Han Fei suddenly stood up. Now that he knew what these lines were, the logic of all the problems could be figured out. No matter how strange this passageway was, it was just a formation. Since others could use this Tao pattern to draw a killing array, then he could use this Tao pattern to draw a defensive array. The principle was the same. Currently, the only difference between him and the others was whether or not each of these Tao patterns contained any special meaning within them. For example, he didn't know which lines should be used to set up what array. He spent 1 billion points of spiritual energy to repair this part of the Tao pattern. Also, Han Fei was certain that this part of the Tao pattern was only the tip of the iceberg of the real heavenly way. In such a situation, he only needed to test it out. Currently, there weren't many Tao patterns in his mind. Most of them were curves, hard straight lines, breakpoint lines, and wave segment lines. What Han Fei needed to do now was to create a defensive array or a soul-driving array for himself, one that could resist other people's killing arrays. Han Fei stepped on the ground and drew the coiled turtle array with Tao patterns. He said that he hadn't used much spiritual energy yet, but then he saw the old tortoise lying on the ground, as if it had a solid body. Hiss, Han Fei gasped. Was the coiled turtle array so strong? Han Fei was also a master of arrays. When he created the Avenger, he studied hard and engraved all his ideas on the ship. He knew very well how powerful the coiled turtle array was. However, he just tested it casually, and the strength of the coiled turtle array was at least doubled. What kind of concept was this? This meant that his achievements in array techniques could directly increase by several times. Fortunately, Old Jiang didn't know that there were Tao patterns in this world. Otherwise, he would have to beg Han Fei for help. Han Fei wouldn't mind spending 10 billion on this thing, let alone 1 billion. Seeing that Han Fei's face was filled with a smile, the old tortoise said, "Have you figured it out again?" Han Fei's lips curled up. "Everything in the world is traceable." The old tortoise really didn't want to see Han Fei's smug face. He said leisurely, "Then what is this?" Han Fei grinned. "You will know when you sign a master-servant contract with me." The old tortoise. Han Fei didn't tell the old tortoise, although the old tortoise could guess that it had something to do with the demon purification pot. He didn't have any connection with the demon purification pot, so he didn't know anything. Han Fei quickly came back to himself and tested the strength of the coiled turtle array with the infinity water. Because the output of spiritual energy was limited, the coiled turtle array only lasted for a minute or so before it disappeared. Then Han Fei drew the coiled turtle array with the broken lines, only to find that the coiled turtle array could absorb other people's attack power, and the absorption power was about 10% according to the complexity of the coiled turtle array. Han Fei drew the coiled turtle array with the wave lines again. This time, the array that Han Fei drew had the effect of reflecting power, and the rebound power was also about 10%. Han Fei immediately took a breath. What kind of Tao pattern is this? It's so useful. And this was just a single use of the lines, and the lines in the channel were used together. Obviously, the person who drew the array had mixed the different characteristics of the Tao pattern. Han Fei was not in a hurry, as if he had discovered a new continent. In any case, he made the right decision to come to this secret realm this time. Apart from everything else, just the fact that he had comprehended the Tao pattern was already a big win for him. Of course, the premise was that he had to go there himself and forge the universe. 3 days later, Han Fei fused 4 different kinds of Tao patterns into the lines of the array and created the coiled turtle array. Its defense power was increased by 50%, the absorption power was increased by 6%, and the rebound power was increased by 5%. There was no specific feedback on the toughness and expansion, but it was still about 10% stronger than before. Based on the current array, Han Fei felt that he could set up a large array to defend against a peak-level venerable. However, that was only relative, and it depended on the opponent's Tao. 7 days later, Han Fei slowly drew another large defensive array in addition to the coiled turtle array. So far, the coiled turtle array that Han Fei had drawn with 12 kinds of lines had increased its defense power by 80%, the absorption power by 10%, the rebound power by 8%, and the toughness and expansion had been about doubled. This meant that the array that Han Fei had created now was twice as strong as before. With his current strength as a peak-level junior venerable, he could easily create an array that could block the power of an advanced venerable. The other was the 8-line life-locking array that Han Fei created. This array was much more complicated than the coiled turtle array. Han Fei hadn't used it before because he didn't mainly use it for defense, but to save his life. This array had the function of both a defensive array and a soul control array. It could lock vitality and forcibly sacrifice physical strength at the last moment to preserve the soul and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei wouldn't use it. Out of Forge the Universe. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the array again. In Forge the Universe, he tried to outline this kind of array. As a result, a large number of silk threads appeared. These silk threads contained Tao, which were stronger than ordinary Tao and could easily break tendons and stones. But the stronger effect of this kind of thought was to cut the soul. According to the corpses of the strong masters who died in the passage, most of the people he knew were just corpses and not exposed. But according to their faces, they should also be venerable explorers. If they reached the king level, there would be corresponding pressure. Knowing the limit of this passage, Han Fei was naturally not afraid of this array. Holding a fish skin map in each hand, Han Fei stepped into this passage. Sizzle, swish, 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 endless silk threads suddenly emerged, and Han Fei seemed to be in a cocoon full of silk threads. He had to walk out of this passage step by step against the countless terrifying silk threads. If he were an ordinary human, his soul would be directly crushed. With a clatter, the two fish skin maps in Han Fei's hands unfolded. Han Fei's body was directly enveloped by 2 layers of blue halos. This was the soul-driving array, but different from the soul-driving arrays that Han Fei had used before. This one had transparent, gelatinous, invisible power. When those invisible silk threads cut Han Fei's soul-driving array, the power of the silk threads and the power of the soul-driving array canceled each other out. And in this state, Han Fei slowly moved forward. What Han Fei consumed was his spiritual power. Although it had become several times stronger, it still consumed a lot of spiritual power under this crazy cutting. Fortunately, this road was not long, only more than 2,000 meters. The enemy didn't seem to want to kill everyone at once. After discovering the situation, Han Fei's face was slightly pale. He split out wisps of his soul and used his soul as a guide to slowly lead the ownerless souls to follow him. Seeing this, the old turtle felt as if there were 10,000 iron-head fish galloping in his heart. Is this a person with great luck? Han Fei's soul was obviously damaged. Now so many ownerless souls were sent to him, which was like sending him to the top of the world. In fact, Han Fei was also overjoyed. This was a complete surprise. Sure enough, in this world, while there were dangers, there were also unparalleled opportunities. It was a pity that these people, each of whom should be very strong, died here. While moving forward, Han Fei threw the bones of these people into Forge the Universe. Han Fei said, "Now that I have your ownerless souls, I will be a good person to the end. When I go out, you will be at peace." Suddenly, when Han Fei was examining the corpses, he saw someone holding a broken token in his hand. What was written on the token had been eroded by time, but on the back of the token, facing the palm of the corpse, there were a few small words left, which said, "Jugong, Wanxiang City. Third update, asking for votes." Just written. Now I will continue to lay out some foreshadowing, but not the whole process. End of this chapter. Chapter 1518. 9 Palace, Wanxiang City. Han Fei picked up the token. In the end, he only looked at it for a few seconds before he heard a cracking sound. The token shattered into pieces and disappeared into his palm. Obviously, it had been too long, and the token had decayed in the erosion of time. In fact, not only the token, but very few of these corpses carried weapons or treasures. Maybe they had already been consumed when they passed through this passage. After all, these people died in different places in the passage. Those who went far were either extremely powerful or had brought in a lot of reserves. All Han Fei could find on these corpses were battle suits. Among them, the best battle suit had reached the ultra-quality level. However, the battle suit was fine, but the bodies of these people seemed to be eroded by the surrounding energy, as if their power was absorbed by something. Obviously, the Taoist pattern array in the passage could attack the soul, so no matter how good the battle suit was, it would be useless. Han Fei even suspected that these Taoist patterns had the effect of corroding the corpses. Han Fei put away this ultra-quality battle suit. With a slight shake, the dust dispersed, and the battle suit was as good as new. After staying in the passage for about half an hour, when a huge number of ownerless souls chased after him and flew out, Han Fei stepped out of this passage. Huff! As soon as he came out of the passage, the array around Han Fei collapsed. Maintaining this kind of soul formation required not only spiritual qi, but also one's own powerful soul strength as support. Han Fei took a few breaths. Although he felt mentally exhausted, he still looked at the place outside the passage immediately. Looking up, Han Fei saw a big ball, which looked a bit like a globe and a bit like a roulette wheel. When the two were combined, it was basically a ball roulette. Damn it. Han Fei knew that this secret realm had not reached the end yet. After all, he didn't come in very deep. He had only passed 2 levels, and the diameter was only 6,000 meters. Han Fei didn't immediately study what the big ball was, but sat cross-legged and quickly began to refine the ownerless souls. In any case, improving his strength was the most important thing. Since he was able to reach this step, he naturally obtained a certain amount of opportunities, although these opportunities were left behind by countless adventurers at the cost of their lives. It took Han Fei 6 hours to stabilize his body. 3 hours later, Han Fei glanced at his information again. Owner, Han Fei level 83, Junior Venerable, Chaotic Energy, 9 Wisp Spirit, 76623/79999 Damaged Perception, 24,000 kilometers power, 3,782 waves, First Spiritual Pulse, Unknown Second Spiritual Vein, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish level 73, Second Spiritual Beast, King Sparrow level 21, Main Art, Void Fishing level 6, Sky Stealing Art Venerable level Divine Quality. When he saw this information, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. I knew that these ownerless souls were still not good enough. Han Fei sighed slightly. In fact, this was completely a fortuitous encounter. He had never thought that he would obtain so many ownerless souls. He killed 4 sea demons and sucked part of Chao Xian's ownerless souls, but he had less than 6,000 points in total. But this time he had gained nearly 12,000 points, which was already a lot. Even if each venerable could only provide him with 1,000 points of soul power, it would be equivalent to him killing 12 venerables this time. What did that mean? And now, Han Fei's soul power had reached the strongest level in history. After all, in order to strengthen the foundation of the Explorer realm, Han Fei had sacrificed a lot of soul power. Compared with the more than 50,000 points of soul power before, Han Fei felt that his mental state was excellent. If he used the 100 Beast Soul Devourer now, it would be far more powerful than before. After all, his overall strength had been greatly improved. The path of cultivation had always been one where there were many joys and many sorrows. Han Fei looked back at the channel. How many ownerless souls had been accumulated here for tens of thousands of years? Although many had dissipated, it was enough to prove how difficult it was to cultivate the soul. Now, although his top priority was to repair his damaged spiritual power, this was only the first step. He still needed to use a large number of ownerless souls to temper the indestructible soul. It couldn't be helped. If he wanted to cultivate the invincible tyrant body, he would constantly consume the power of his divine soul. This technique was what really bothered Han Fei. In order to cultivate the indestructible body, he had suffered a lot. Now, in order to cultivate the indestructible tyrant body, his soul power would always be in a state of damage. Getting rid of his messy thoughts, Han Fei got up and walked to the big ball. What if there were other ownerless souls here? If there was one, there would be 2. In the second level, it provided him with so many ownerless souls. Would there be more ownerless souls in the depths of this secret realm? When Han Fei walked into the blue ball, he suddenly looked at the ground under his feet. At this time, some words appeared on the projection of the ball on the ground. These words said, "Everything in the 9 palaces has its own destiny, and all the mysteries of heaven are calculated with a ruler." Han Fei was speechless. What a boast! These words were very straightforward. It meant that someone could calculate all the mysteries of heaven with a ruler? Could the mysteries of heaven be calculated? Was it bragging? In addition to this sentence, there were some small explanatory words in the projection. It said, "Being able to come here means that you have extraordinary strength and a strong soul. However, all living things in the world have their own destiny. Only after passing the destiny challenge can you see your true strength. Come on. Stop and put your hand on the destiny ball." Destiny challenge? Han Fei looked at this sentence and was quite puzzled. He looked back at the passage again and thought to himself, is there really no one who can pass through? That passage had already told him that there were many people who had come to this place. However, most of them had died in it. Basically, they were all human beings. Han Fei suspected that many of them should be the venerables of the Yin-Yang heaven. Otherwise, why were there so few venerables of the Yin-Yang heaven? It couldn't be that all the venerables were born in aristocratic families, right? So many people died in the passage. In that case, did anyone die from this luck ball? The old turtle said leisurely. The luck checkpoint interesting. This empress thinks that this empress should know who created this mystic realm. Han Fei asked, who? The old turtle told Han Fei casually. Just now, when I saw the 9 Palace Wansheng City, I thought it was a coincidence. But now seeing this, I'm almost sure that this is the Tao of divination. Han Fei asked, the Tao of divination? The old turtle said, you should know that the strong more or less have the ability to calculate the mysteries of heaven, right? In the age of gods, all methods could be used to communicate with the gods, so there was the Tao of divination. Some people seek good fortune and avoid disaster by calculating the mysteries of heaven, and even change their own luck. They are proficient in the laws of divination and the operation of things. Among them, there are several major factions. Some people think that the way of arrays is to follow the natural divination of heaven and earth, so they take the path of arrays. Some people think that the Tao of divination is related to the truth of the world, and what they pursue is to calculate the heavens with numbers. What's more, they connect numbers with the number of destiny. Han Fei was surprised. The more he listened, the more it sounded like the Tao of divination. Han Fei couldn't help asking, and then? The old turtle said leisurely, I don't know much. I only heard that this kind of people are very rare because ordinary people don't have the brains to study this path at all. I've met one, but my era was so chaotic. That person might not be good enough to calculate his own life and death, so he was hacked to death. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You're making me speechless. Just tell me that this is a game played by people with high IQs. Han Fei felt that this challenge shouldn't be too difficult for him. Logically speaking, his luck might be the strongest in the entire Yin-Yang heaven. If he couldn't pass this challenge with his luck, then he really couldn't think of anyone else in the Yin-Yang heaven who could pass this challenge. However, just in case, Han Fei threw a wisp of essence, blood on the ground, not far away. Then he summoned Little Fatty and tossed it to a corner. Han Fei felt that if something really happened to him, even if the blood drop rebirth didn't work, Little Fatty had a way to resurrect him. Han Fei stretched out his hand and placed his palm on the ball of destiny. At that moment, the ball began to spin rapidly. At the moment the ball spun, Han Fei saw various numbers and some strange symbols similar to formulas in his previous life appearing on the ball. The old turtle said, Look, I was right, wasn't I? If this empress is not wrong, these numbers represent your destiny and destiny. It's normal for these people to try to calculate one's destiny. Crack, 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 the crazily spinning ball slowly came to a stop. In the end, Han Fei was left with a string of numbers. However, this string of numbers was a lie. It was written as 123. 789. Han Fei's eyes widened. That's it. The numbers quickly condensed into words, and the words were unsolvable. That's it. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan, are you kidding me? Is this the result of my destiny? No solution? Isn't that obvious? Who has a solution for the future? *T. Crack, crack, crack. Just when Han Fei was about to look for another way, he saw that the surface of the ball suddenly broke into countless cubes. As the cubes collapsed, Han Fei saw that the surrounding scenery began to change in an orderly manner. What appeared in front of Han Fei was a fairyland that looked like a green prairie. Old Yuan, do you see this? I'm not hallucinating, am I? Han Fei saw that there were mountains, rivers, and lakes here. The spiritual energy here was dozens of times denser than that of the outside world, and the energy was very abundant. In front of Han Fei, There was a stone platform that looked like a small altar. There was a column of light on the stone platform, and in the light column floated a 1-foot-long ruler. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared. Name 9 Palace Ruler of Destiny. Introduction. A treasure of destiny, forged by the bamboo of destiny. A natural spiritual treasure. The 9 Palace Ruler of Destiny contains the changes of the 9 palaces. It can help others avoid misfortune, fluctuate one's own destiny, and forcibly change one's destiny. It can only be used once a day, or you will suffer a backlash. Quality: human holy artifact. Effect: detect good or bad fortune. Change one's destiny. Unrecastable, unrefined. Remarks: the destiny of destiny can only be changed indirectly, not by force. First update: asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1519. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Another human holy artifact? Was this kind of powerful magic weapon everywhere now? Besides, this was not an ordinary treasure. This thing could actually change one's luck? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the sentence he had just seen. Everything in the 9 palaces has its own luck. Was it because of this 9 Palace Ruler of Destiny? Was it because of Han Fei's amazing luck? Inexplicably, he encountered this ruler. Now, Han Fei was sure that so far, he was the first person to get this final treasure. Han Fei was puzzled. Did everyone else die in the channel of the 2nd level? Then, on second thought, Han Fei thought, the 3rd level, the sphere, doesn't seem to be a level. Or could it be said that his luck was good and he just happened to win the roulette? Han Fei didn't care so much. He reached out and grabbed the 9 Palace Ruler of Destiny. After getting this kind of human sacred weapon, the first thing he did was to refine the treasure. 2 hours later, when the 9 Palace Fate Ruler appeared in front of Han Fei immediately understood what was going on. This ruler could measure people's luck. If he got a wisp of other people's soul or essence blood, he could also help others change their luck. Of course, it could also help him change his luck. However, to help him change his luck, it actually consumed chaotic chi. The only benefit of free use was that it could help him improve his luck every day when he didn't use it. As long as he carried this ruler, his luck would be enhanced. There were 9 squares on the ruler. Each square corresponded to a different luck. Among them, there were ominous, auspicious, great auspicious, impermanent, even, and desperate. Among them, the ominous and auspicious palaces were both even. In other words, there were 2 ominous and 2 auspicious palaces in these 9 squares. This ruler looked ordinary, more like a tool used by fortune tellers to trick people. Han Fei decided to test today's luck first. The 9 Palace Ruler of Destiny rose 10 meters into the air. In the void, a tangible scale appeared and circulated in the 9 palaces. As soon as the beam of light was retracted, Han Fei saw a red void scale fall in the palace of great ominous beasts. Han Fei. At the moment when Han Fei used the 9 Palace Ruler of Providence, in a square palace that was surrounded by dense arrays, someone suddenly opened his eyes. The man's face lit up. 9 palaces, Fate Ruler? It's still in this world? The man stretched out his hand, and a ball appeared in his hand. The ball spun rapidly, spinning 108,000 times, and in the end, the word unsolvable appeared. The man exclaimed in surprise, no solution? The 9 palaces' destiny ruler was in a place where destiny was sealed? No, destiny cannot be sealed. It has yet to be born. Looks like I'll have to wait for a while. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The old turtle naturally saw this and couldn't help but comment. This treasure is quite interesting. Even this emperor didn't sense any signs of great danger, but actually directly sensed it? Han Fei immediately put away the 9 Palace Ruler of Providence and scanned with his senses. This entire space should be an independent small world with a radius of no more than 50 kilometers. Although it was not as beautiful as the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, It was at least beautiful, like a paradise on earth. How can there be great danger? The old turtle said, "There are absolutely no powerful creatures here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to escape my senses. I can only say that the great danger predicted by this ruler is not here." After only a few minutes, Han Fei found a teleportation array somewhere in this space. It turned out to be a teleportation array drawn by Taoist patterns. In any case, this was a teleportation array. Although it was beautiful here, it was not a place to stay for a long time. Han Fei was lucky enough to get the 9-palace ruler of Providence, but it predicted a great danger for him on the spot. Who could resist it? Han Fei walked into this teleportation array without hesitation. With a swish, he appeared in an extremely neatly arranged green brick courtyard. Rather than calling this a courtyard, it was more like calling it a strange little park. The only building here was a small pavilion. The style of the courtyard was square. It seemed that the person who built this place liked rectangular lines very much. He couldn't perceive it here. Han Fei's senses were blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed that the owner of this place was very good at arrays. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Every grass, every tree, every brick, and every scenery here were arrays. However, this array didn't seem to be activated, so Han Fei walked straight to the pavilion on this green brick path. When Han Fei arrived at the small pavilion, he saw a young man in a green robe sitting upright in the center of the pavilion, in front of a stone table. On the stone table, there were a few fish skin drawings, but this didn't attract Han Fei's attention. What made Han Fei stare at him intently was that there was a sword stuck in the young man's chest. To be precise, it couldn't even be regarded as a sword, but a stream of sword chi. However, after a long time, the sword chi didn't dissipate and was still in the shape of a sword. Han Fei was amazed. What kind of shape is this? It's just a stream of sword chi. Can it dissipate? Han Fei walked up and shouted, "Brother, are you still alive?" The old turtle said helplessly, "How can I still be alive? My vitality is gone. Except for the body that doesn't decay, my soul has long been destroyed. I can't be more dead." Han Fei wondered, there are always some people who are as good as alive when they are dead. At first glance, I can tell that this person has extraordinary strength and has reached the realm of immortality. I think his physique can't be bad. Han Fei walked up and glanced at the fish skin book on the stone table, which read, "My name is Yi Nan from the 9-palace heaven. I fought with 8th sword of the sword god palace in the Yinyang heaven. Both of us were seriously injured and exhausted, but we barely lived for a few more months. I am about to die and feel far away from home. I hope that the talented people of the future generations can inherit my 9-palace ruler of destiny and inherit my Tao." There were only a few words written on this fish skin map. Then Han Fei opened another fish skin map, on which was a brief introduction of the record of myriad Tao patterns. There are Tao patterns in heaven and earth, and they are infinite. Grasp the Tao patterns and obtain destiny. When destiny enters the array is unparalleled. Look at the 36 immortal palaces and ask the heavenly Tao directly. Only the 9 palaces. The rest are mediocre. When he saw this text, Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, everyone in the immortal palace thinks that their immortal palace is the strongest, and they can ask the strongest Tao directly. This 9-palace heaven must be an immortal palace that shocked the world with its arithmetic. Han Fei had to admit that in terms of arrays, these people were indeed unparalleled and terrifying. However, who was stronger and who was weaker? Han Fei didn't quite believe it. If he was really so strong, why was he nailed to death by a sword? Of course, this didn't prevent Han Fei from looking at other people's great techniques. Han Fei immediately grabbed the jade slip under the fish skin map and scanned it with his perception. Information popped up in his mind. Record of myriad Tao patterns, venerable level, high quality. Introduction. Compile the heavenly Tao patterns into a book, dismantle their usage. study their natural operation, and figure out the usage of tens of thousands of heavenly Tao patterns. This is an amazing book on arrays. The Tao patterns themselves are meaningless, but once they enter the array, they will be unpredictable. Deduced art, unknown deduction consumption, 10 wisps of chaotic chi note. The heavenly Tao patterns are uncountable, and the myriad Tao patterns may be one wisp. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, this was a summary book of Tao patterns. The Tao pattern picture that he had deduced before was only a part of this record of myriad Tao patterns. Perhaps it seemed that his deduction just now was wrong. However, if he hadn't deduced it, he might not have been able to enter this place at all. Therefore, there were gains and losses. In the end, he made a profit. Han Fei skimmed through the record of myriad Tao patterns and found that the array composition in it was much more varied than what he had studied before. If the spirit-gathering scripture was the enlightenment of arrays for Han Fei, then the ocean book taught Han Fei a lot of arrays and let him know the myriad arrays in the human world. Old Han, on the other hand, guided Han Fei on the right path of creating arrays. And this record of myriad Tao patterns could enable Han Fei to embark on the path of arrays. Han Fei believed that even if he didn't have the indestructible body, with this record of myriad Tao patterns, he could become the most powerful person in the venerable realm. However, Han Fei didn't intend to stay here for long. Outside the small pavilion was a teleportation array. In this teleportation array, there was a symbol of water. If there was no accident, this was the way to leave. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. The people of the Nine Palace Heaven were very good at setting up arrays, so this secret realm could be said to be quite safe. Since it was so safe, the place where the Nine Palace Destiny Ruler was stored just now shouldn't be wasted, right? When he came back from the Waterwood Heaven, he wanted to store the seed of the Water Immortal in the Immortal Palace. In that way, the Water Immortal would definitely grow extremely fast. However, the current appearance of the Yin-Yang Palace was obviously not suitable for the Water Immortal to live there. But this place was suitable. Here, there was energy, spiritual chi, and the environment. It probably wouldn't be a short time for the Water Immortal's seed to grow again. Why not leave it here for a while? Immediately, Han Fei was almost impressed by his own wit. With a turn, Han Fei returned to the beautiful place from the teleportation array. With a thought from Han Fei, he placed the Tao seed of the Water Immortal in the place where the Nine Palace Destiny Ruler had been. As soon as this Tao seed was released, the surrounding spiritual energy and energy began to slowly flow in. Han Fei observed for a while and saw that this Tao seed didn't move, so he set up hundreds of arrays around it. And they were all arranged with Tao patterns to prevent the Water Immortal from regenerating and then running away. After doing all this, Han Fei said with satisfaction, "Master, you can stay here for a while. When I'm done, I'll come back to see you." Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1520. Maybe it was really because he was too lucky. Originally, he just came to try his luck in a secret realm, but it turned out that it helped him uncover a lot of secrets. Not only did he get a human holy weapon, but he also learned Taoist patterns, which greatly improved his array skills. Besides, from Yi Nan's description, Han Fei was almost sure of another thing, that was in the depths of this abyssal chasm, there should be a place where a strong master died. That should be the depths of the sword tide. He couldn't break through it before precisely because the power of the sword tide was too strong beyond his limit. But now, Han Fei took back Little Fatty and left the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he swam 1,000 kilometers away, walking in the endless sword tide. Looking at the countless white lights surging towards him, Han Fei didn't even bother to block them. After a while, he came to the secret realm left by Ren Tianfei. Now looking at it, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. At that time, he was really stupid and naive, thinking that he was the only one who could come here. In fact, Han Fei felt that maybe this place was temporarily set up by that old guy after he came to the abyssal chasm. But no matter what, Han Fei continued to walk to the depths of the abyssal chasm. When the abyssal chasm was more than 8,000 kilometers away, the power of the sword chi here could easily tear a law enforcer to pieces. And this road was still nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, can the peak-level blow of a venerable split a crack as long as 10,000 kilometers with one sword strike?" The old turtle naturally knew what Han Fei was asking. He said, "Generally speaking, it's unlikely. But if you reach the half-king realm and make a life-risking blow with all your strength, it's possible. For example, your strongest attack can reach 1,000 miles away, right?" Han Fei thought to himself, more than that? If I attack with all my strength, regardless of the consequences, my sacrificing punch can at least blast 3,000 kilometers away. But that's me. Han Fei didn't dare to say that he was the strongest heavenly talent in the world heaven. But at least in the Yin-Yang heaven, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him in the same realm. The difference between 3,000 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers was still very big. At the beginning, Han Fei knew that this abyssal chasm was probably created by a sword strike. Now it seemed that Yi Nan from the Nine Palace Heaven was obviously not a king. Since he was not a king, then this eighth sword and Yi Nan were equally matched. He shouldn't be a king either. However, a half-monarch realm cultivator had managed to create such a large abyssal crack with one sword strike. This was inconceivable. To be precise, this abyssal chasm was less than 9,200 kilometers wide. Han Fei swam forward for more than 1,000 kilometers and found a person standing at the end of the abyssal chasm. This person was like a statue, holding a sword with both hands, standing upright on the seabed in front of him. The surroundings were densely packed with sword chi. When Han Fei arrived, the sword chi was like a purgatory of blades, wrapping him in it and trying to kill him. However, the power of the sword chi could only tear apart a mid-level explorer at most. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Logically speaking, this strength wasn't very high. There were definitely many people who could reach this step. However, in front of the figure, there were broken bones everywhere. It was obvious that many experts had fallen before this person. Han Fei was surprised. This man is already dead. Can he still slaughter so many people? At least, Han Fei felt that he was not threatened at all. However, in order to verify the power left by this person, Han Fei casually performed the draw technique. His strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Clang! When Han Fei slashed out, Han Fei suddenly discovered that all the sword chi around him disappeared without a trace, and in front of the figure, a sword shadow pierced out and blocked the draw technique. With a crisp collision sound, the surrounding air billowed, and the sword intent and the knife intent almost swept the entire abyssal chasm. At this time, Han Fei was also surprised to find that the figure standing on the seabed twisted a few times and then returned to normal. Han Fei said in surprise, "That's not a human being." The old turtle said, "It's a sword. That man died a long time ago, but he managed to cultivate his divine soul into a sword intent that will forever stand tall in the deep sea." "Oh, a sword man?" Han Fei was speechless. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Has he gone crazy from practicing swordsmanship? Has he turned himself into a sword man? The old turtle said, "You don't understand. He is leaving an inheritance for himself, just like the person who walked the Tao of divination just now. Look, this person has turned into a sword, and even after his death, he can still take a knife from you. This means that he has cultivated the entire abyssal chasm into his sword domain with his own strength. As long as this place doesn't collapse, the sword chi will not stop." While the old turtle was explaining, Han Fei had already walked forward with a kitchen knife in his hand. As soon as he walked to 100 meters in front of the sword man, all the sword chi gathered. The power of these sword chi was not very strong, not strong enough to kill Han Fei. In fact, it was extremely difficult to even kill a half-venerable realm expert. However, the attack method of these sword chi was very interesting. This sword man didn't seem to care how many people he passed on his swordsmanship. Anyway, what Han Fei saw were all kinds of fancy swordsmanship. In the Thousand Star City, there was a very special venerable that was the Heavenly Sword Master. This old man was only an advanced venerable, but he could challenge a peak-level venerable and not be defeated. Even the fierceness of his swordsmanship could shake a semi-king powerhouse. This was a sword cultivator. The sword was the leader of all weapons and the sharpest weapon. The motto of the Heavenly Sword Sect was that before you found your own sword, you could learn anything. Once you entered the real path of swordsmanship, you would give up all other weapons and combat skills and focus on swordsmanship. The sword man in front of Han Fei should be a master of swordsmanship. Although he was not a king, his swordsmanship was so exquisite that even Han Fei was amazed. In front of Han Fei's eyes, there seemed to be 100,000 sword chi, each of which was like a sword move. Although Han Fei knew that there weren't so many, it looked so scary. The old turtle said, "I have to remind you not to underestimate sword cultivators. Just now, that arithmetic guy was not weak, was he? He even had a rare treasure in his hand, but he was still stabbed to death. This abyssal chasm is tens of thousands of kilometers long, but it was created by this little guy who is at most a semi-king. I can only say that the combat power of sword cultivators is extremely terrifying." Han Fei carried his knife and walked to within 100 meters of the sword man. Swish! At the moment when Han Fei entered, all the sword chi seemed to have a target. One of the wisps arrived in an instant. It was as fast as lightning. After one sword strike, Han Fei felt that there were 100 sword strikes in a row. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei only had time to block the first 8 swords, and then he was cut by the other party's 100 sword chi. However, these sword chi didn't hurt Han Fei. However, this had also proved that Han Fei's counterattack speed was too slow. Han Fei himself felt a little ridiculous. His speed could already be considered terrifying. This thing had been dead for a long time, but it was still faster than him? It must be because the way he opened it was not right. Han Fei retreated, shouted, "Fuse!" and then re-entered. Swish, 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 clank, clank, clank. Han Fei's body was like a phantom, and the knife in his hand had disappeared. He clashed 63 times in a row. The countless sword chi fell on Han Fei again. Wow, so fast. The old turtle said leisurely, "Of course. Sword cultivators are a very special type of cultivators. It is said that every sword cultivator, even if they take different paths, has different obsessions in their hearts. Therefore, their das are different. Therefore, among sword cultivators, there is no such thing as the strong devouring the weak." Han Fei asked, "Don't sword cultivators harvest leeks?" The old turtle said, "No, only those who have the same das will kill each other." Then the old turtle said, "Do you know why you are slower than him?" Han Fei asked, "Why?" Han Fei felt that he was fast enough, but the other party was faster. Even if his soul could keep up with the direction of the sword chi, his body couldn't. The old turtle said, "Taoist heart. Those who use swords have a firm Taoist heart and must have a guard in their heart. In the age of gods, there is a saying that if you don't know which path to take, it is definitely the right choice to enter the path of sword cultivators." Han Fei's lips twitched. "Is it really as incredible as you say? I have always used knives. Is a knife worse than a sword?" The old turtle said, "The knife is fierce, but the knife is wild. The sword is fierce, but the sword is strange and has bones. It's not that you can't use knives, but there are few famous people who use knives. But there are countless extraordinary people who use swords." Han Fei moved forward again, only to see a sword like a flash of light. As soon as Han Fei drew the knife, the sword had already appeared behind him, close to his arm and came at him. Gulp! So fast. This time, Han Fei couldn't help but stare at it. Maybe the yin-yang heaven had its own characteristics. For example, the great Tao of yin and yang, and he controlled the supreme yin-yang wheel. However, his understanding of the great Tao of yin and yang was basically unknown. After all, he hadn't even gotten the immortal palaces yet. But today, Han Fei found something special about the other 2 of the 36 immortal palaces he met. It seemed that each of the 36 immortal palaces had a special ability. The 9 palace heaven was good at divination, changing luck and calculating the mysteries of heaven. The people of the Sword God Palace fought too fiercely. If the other party had the same realm, strength, and physique as him, he would probably have been killed by them. These were just 2 palaces. Besides, these 2 palaces didn't seem to be among the palaces I mentioned. Maybe their status was even lower than that of the Yin-Yang Palace. However, their strength was so strong. How could Han Fei not be shocked? She was counting on him to unify the 36 immortal palaces. But what happened? This was nothing. These 2 people who had fallen for God knows how many tens of thousands of years had almost taken care of him? In the field of sword qi, Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes flickered. Since sword cultivators are so powerful, it's not difficult for me to learn one more sword technique. Chapter 15:21. For Han Fei, since someone else's technique was more powerful than his, he certainly had to learn it. When he surpassed him, he would naturally be stronger than him. Anyway, with the demon purification pot, Han Fei was best at learning. Besides, he could master more than one Tao and switch them at will. This was also his confidence. It only took Han Fei an hour to memorize these sword techniques. Of course, he did learn them. Among them, there were some that he could understand and some that he couldn't. Gradually, Han Fei saw the shadow of the heavenly sword master in these sword techniques. After all, Han Fei had seen the master of the heavenly sword attack. Today, from the sword techniques of the Sword God Palace, Han Fei saw a sword attack that the master of the heavenly sword once used. That was when he killed the second ancestor of the Zhang family with the sky dissecting finger. Old monster Chu attacked, and the master of the heavenly sword pierced the imprisoned void with a small red sword. At that time, the sword looked simple and unadorned, but it was shockingly powerful. And at this moment, Han Fei encountered it. Among the tens of thousands of sword moves, Han Fei could only block half of them. Han Fei was still trying to memorize the other half. When Han Fei was 10 meters away from the swordsman, the sword moves became even more gorgeous and intended to hit his soul. The sword moves were traceless, and his eyes were filled with light and shadow. Gemini divine technique. Han Fei decided that he would spend the next few days here. If he couldn't even understand the sword techniques of the Sword God Palace, could he still be called truly invincible? Han Fei's pride wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The body of the black fog was far away at this moment, because no sword qi could detect it. Therefore, he could observe and memorize every sword technique that he couldn't block without scruples. It was a miracle. There were thousands of sword qi around, but none of them attacked the black fog. It could be seen that the closer he was, the clearer the target of the boundless sword qi was. 2 hours. 2 hours. By the 6th hour, countless images of sword techniques had appeared in Han Fei's mind. Unknowingly, the body of the white fog had arrived 2 meters away from the swordsman. He stared at the sword in the swordsman's hand and asked, "Old Yuan, is this sword real?" "Old turtle, fake, it's all fake." Ever since this person transformed into a sword, he was a sword, and the sword was him. He didn't even use a sword. Han Fei curled his lips. It's a pity that this man didn't even leave a sword behind except for his powerful swordsmanship. After all, Yinan of the 9 palace heavens had left behind a worldly sacred weapon. You came to my yin-yang heaven and didn't even leave behind any treasures. Just when Han Fei was about to continue observing the sword moves, he suddenly saw that the standing swordsman suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if the swordsman had come back to life. The swordsman suddenly opened his eyes, but his face was expressionless, and the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at Han Fei. Buzz, Han Fei's speed couldn't be described as slow. He stepped on a coiled turtle array, which was also made of Taoist patterns. Even if the swordsman was still alive, he wouldn't be able to break it instantly. As for himself, he only needed a split second to retreat from this place. However, Han Fei was shocked to find that the sword ignored the coiled turtle array and directly stabbed him. Bam! At this moment, Han Fei saw his body of white fog from a third-party perspective. The body of white fog, which was like his own body, was flying back at an extremely slow speed. Damn it! Han Fei suddenly came back to himself and activated the soul driving array. Clang! At the moment the soul driving array appeared, a white shadow stabbed at him. Han Fei clearly felt that he was now in a soul body, and the swordsman stabbed his soul out with the sword. If his soul left his body in the abyssal chasm that was full of sword chi, it was likely to be shattered by the countless sword techniques that could attack the soul. Even if it couldn't be shattered, he would definitely be injured. This was the experience of half of Han Fei's soul, and the other half was still in the body of the black fog. However, all this happened so fast that Han Fei didn't even have time to think. It was as if he suddenly saw his own body from a third-party perspective. Before he had time to think about what was going on, the opponent's soul-killing technique had already arrived. Puff! In an instant, Han Fei saw a small sword piercing into his soul body. Crack! Crack! The moment the small sword entered his soul body, it quickly began to split. And at this time Han Fei realized that this bastard swordsman was really not dead. He even wanted to possess me? At this moment, the first thought that came to Han Fei's mind was to merge the two into one and restore himself to his peak state. However, this thought only existed for a moment and was rejected by Han Fei. The body of black fog was still there. Even if something went wrong with the body of white fog, so what? On the contrary, if he merged the two into one at this time, there might be a problem. The body of black fog launched an attack, and the 100-beast soul devouring technique rushed out. This voice naturally had no effect on his divine soul. However, when the 100-beast soul devouring technique only slightly shocked the endless sword soul for a moment, it was shattered by the sword soul. At this time, Han Fei had no time to complain about the old turtle. He was ready to blow up the body of white fog, although this would cause damage to himself. Han Fei didn't believe that a mere wisp of soul could survive his self-explosion. But just at this moment, suddenly a small branch poked out of the void and reached directly into Han Fei's soul. The small branch curled up, and the sword soul that had almost occupied half of Han Fei's soul returned to its position and was directly buckled by the small branch. At this moment, Han Fei saw that all the sword chi in the entire abyssal chasm was returning. Hundreds of millions of sword chi were returning, part of which returned to the body of the swordsman, and part of which returned to the sword soul. Phew! At this moment, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The demon purification pot took action. What was there to be afraid of? After all, self-explosion was also a serious act of self-damage. With the demon purification pot taking action, all the problems would be easily solved. At this moment, Han Fei was like a vortex, and hundreds of millions of sword chi phantoms were frantically gathering in his soul. Han Fei suddenly thought of the 9-palace ruler of destiny. He had just read his fortune today, and it said that he was very unlucky. Damn it, isn't this a great omen? His soul was almost blown out of his body. He almost lost at least 200 years of vitality. Last time, when he self-exploded in the Chu sect, it was like this. Although he escaped, he lost 200 years of vitality. Moreover, his strength had also weakened during that period of time. However, on second thought, how on earth was this 9-palace ruler of destiny made? Even this could be counted? He didn't know if it had counted that this swordsman was still alive. Until this moment, the old turtle's voice sounded. "Are you okay? I was deceived by this guy." He refined himself into a sword soul and completely scattered the sword soul in this abyss, waiting for the right person to appear and then regather the sword soul. This person is really insidious. Han Fei didn't want to listen to the old turtle's explanation at this time. He said coldly, "Humph, he has been dead for tens of thousands of years. How dare he try to possess me? He deserves to die." After a while, the little sword hummed incessantly. Han Fei frantically transmitted his thoughts to the demon purification pot. "Crush this sword. Crush him." However, the demon purification pot didn't do so. It just grabbed the sword soul. Seeing that there was no movement, Han Fei immediately took out his blood-drinking knife. Soul attachment. This time, the demon purification pot agreed and collected the blood-drinking knife and the sword soul together. The spiritual energy and demonic qi in Forge the Universe were consumed rapidly. Han Fei sneered, "Don't you specialize in swordsmanship? I will seal you in my saber and disgust you to death." After more than 200 breaths, the brand-new blood-imbibing saber finally appeared. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, blood-drinking sword, mutated. Introduction, it's made of mystic yellow-green iron, blue dragon venomous fangs, grand green essence, wind essence, star clam shell. Supplemented by the soul of the sword puppet, it can break divine gold and rare iron. Quality, ultra-quality divine weapon soul attachment, soul of the sword puppet effect, armor penetration. Soul piercing, recastable, unrefined. Remark, the knife is like a sword. When it's unsheathed, there will be a sword shadow piercing the soul. Pooh! Han Fei was speechless. The blood-drinking knife still looked like a kitchen knife, but its name had become the blood-drinking sword, and it was a mutated blood-drinking sword. Its quality had also become an ultra-quality divine weapon, and it was almost a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei felt that if it were made of better materials, it might be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, why did the knife turn into a sword after the sword soul was injected into it? Was this the obsession of the sword soul? Also, in the eyes of the demon purification pot, this was not a sword soul, but the soul of the sword puppet? Han Fei didn't know. What was the difference? Although Han Fei was very unhappy about the old turtle's misjudgment, he couldn't let it go just because of this. After all, this old turtle was going to become his old servant. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what is the soul of the sword puppet?" The old turtle seemed to be a little guilty, and immediately said, "Some people control swords, and some swords control people. When people control swords, they become one with the sword. When the sword controls people, they sacrifice themselves to feed the sword. When they are alive, they will become the sword puppet. When they die, they will become the soul of the sword puppet." Suddenly, the old turtle took a breath and said, "You mean this person is a sword puppet?" Han Fei didn't deny it. "He is a sword puppet." "Why?" The old turtle said, "If he is a sword puppet, there should be a sword master. A sword puppet is equivalent to a sword servant. No matter how powerful he is just a servant. Above him, there must be an even more powerful expert." "I see." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If what the old turtle said was true, the origin of the Heavenly Sword Sect was very likely related to the sword master of the Sword God Palace. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe it. Could the sword master of the Heavenly Sword Sect still be alive? However, perhaps because of the death of the sword master, the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect had already forgotten this. After all, here in the Abyssal Chasm, there was still a sword puppet of the Sword God Palace. Tell me, if the sword master was still alive, would he allow his puppet to remain here? Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1522. In any case, the sword puppet had remained here for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, All the sword chi in the abyssal chasm had disappeared. As for the swordsman, because of the disappearance of the vast amount of sword chi, and because the soul of the sword puppet was possessed, it seemed to have lost the support of its skeleton and directly collapsed. In the depths of the abyssal chasm, Han Fei didn't get anything good and almost hurt himself. But fortunately, Han Fei had remembered a lot of strange sword moves. He had memorized a lot and felt that he could learn a lot, but it wasn't very systematic. It seemed that in the next few days he could use the Gemini divine arts to cultivate. Although the sword puppet had disappeared, Han Fei pondered a question. Even the sword master's puppet could preserve its soul to this day. What about the real sword master? Was the strongest member of the Heavenly Sword sect really the master of the Heavenly Sword? The Sword God's Palace, the Nine Palaces Sky, the Waterwood Sky, the Golden Crow Sky. If he added his own Yin-Yang Sky, he had already come into contact with 5 immortal palaces. And these immortal palaces gave Han Fei the feeling that they were strong, very strong. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei spent a whole month digesting the sword moves. Han Fei found a problem. He couldn't simulate most of the sword techniques in the Sword God Palace. For example, one of the seemingly simple sword strikes was extremely powerful. It pierced through the void as if it was piercing through a layer of paper. It sounded quite simple, but in reality, such a powerful attack. How could there be no movement at all? In the old tortoise's words, he specialized in swordsmanship and had a firm Tao heart, so he should have had such achievements in swordsmanship. In the old turtle's eyes, sword cultivators were very different from other cultivators. They were the most powerful group in the world. Han Fei couldn't help thinking of Tang Ge. Tang Ge had been in the Heavenly Sword sect for so long, but he still used the halberd in the end. Tang Ge had told himself more than once that it wasn't time for him to use a sword because he hadn't found his own path. At this moment, Han Fei was wondering what the so-called path of swordsmanship of the Heavenly Sword sect was. Was this the sword Tao that focused on one's own heart? Perhaps. Only by finding this path would there be a reasonable explanation for the sword techniques that he was unable to learn. But at least for now, Han Fei had no time to study it. There was nothing he could do about it. As the successor of the Yin-Yang Sky, he was being forced to move forward by many invisible forces. He couldn't give the big families of the 1,000-star city any chance. He had to seize the time to grow up and wipe out these people. There was also the Wall of Death. Both the Waterwood Sky and the Yin-Yang Sky were showing signs of weakening. Otherwise, how could the Black Killer Snail King send so many experts here? If the Wall of Death were to crack open one day, both the Yin-Yang Sky and the Waterwood Sky would be in great trouble. Therefore, Han Fei knew that he was far from the point where he could spend his time on spells in peace. I haven't searched for the 36 immortal palaces yet. Let's wait for a while before talking about these great techniques. After leaving Forge the Universe, it was only 10 days before Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island. Before leaving this place, Han Fei was a little worried about the water ferry, so he entered the 9-palace array again to take a look. In the end, he saw that Water Immortal's great Tao seed had sprouted a tender shoot. Seeing this scene, Han Fei left straight away. It seemed that at this speed, it would take some time for Water Immortal to grow up, so he wasn't in a hurry. When leaving the abyssal chasm, Han Fei didn't say goodbye to Xiao Se. Since the Time Dragon Carp had a plan, he didn't need to worry. Otherwise, what if something happened to the Time Dragon Carp with a little pudding? Steps into the sea. When Han Fei came here again, he found that this place had become as crowded as before. Han Fei casually turned into an ordinary person and stood on the platform on the sea again. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of stalls, and all kinds of low-level resources were waiting to be sold. Someone shouted, "The freshly harvested sea willow juice is on sale." Someone seemed to be unfamiliar with Han Fei and came up to him. "Brother, I have something good here. Do you want to have a look?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No need." The man chased after Han Fei. "Brother, you look familiar. so I let you have a look. I can't show it to ordinary people." Han Fei smiled slightly. "Oh, then I'd like to have a look." The young man quietly took out a small stone from his pocket and showed it to Han Fei. "Do you know what this is? This is an ultra-quality treasure that will only appear after the 100th floor." Han Fei smiled slightly. "Interesting. Didn't they say that the steps into the sea no longer produce soul crystals? Are you sure you got it from the steps into the sea?" "Huh." The man looked at Han Fei up and down. "Can you recognize soul crystals?" This shows that Han Fei is not an ordinary person. However, seeing Han Fei's strength as an intermediate dangling fisher, the man immediately smiled and said, "Hey, brother, your news is lagging behind. In the past, the steps into the sea was indeed turbulent for a few years. However, it was only turbulent for 3 years. After that, everything returned to normal. Otherwise, how can there be so many people here? Brother, since you can recognize soul crystals, do you want them? This thing is extremely rare. I can give it to you for 20 spiritual fruits. How about that?" "Humph." Han Fei rolled his eyes, patted the man on the shoulder, and said, "Go lie to others. Maybe you can get it." With that, Han Fei took out a fishing boat and flew directly into the sky. Han Fei wouldn't go in directly from the entrance. In fact, with his current strength as a venerable, he couldn't get in at all. However, after all, he had been to the bottom floor. Over there, he had dug and climbed the stairs, causing him to be covered with cuts and bruises. Even now, there were still traces of his own blood. Therefore, Han Fei only needed to draw a teleportation array with his blood as a guide, and he could go over. The reason why Han Fei came to the steps into the sea was that he wanted to see what the structure of the steps into the sea was. In fact, Han Fei's perception scanned several times and found that under the steps into the sea, a place that he couldn't detect before, was a large array. The formation was square, as large as the steps into the sea. The eye of the large array was not on the outside, so it must be inside the steps into the sea. It was most likely in the place where the altar was, according to the depth of the seawater. Han Fei soon determined that the steps into the sea was a small world connected to an independent space. With a thought, the 9-Palace Destiny ruler appeared in front of Han Fei. This time, Han Fei wanted to know what the consequences would be if he went to the altar. As the scale slid in the air, it landed directly in the Palace of Desperation. Han Fei, son of AB****. Han Fei's face darkened. He had just experienced the difficulty of the great misfortune, and he almost blew himself up and sacrificed 200 years of vitality. Even then, he might not be able to destroy the soul of the sword puppet alone. Now he was once again in a hopeless situation. Damn it, could it be that the puppet below had become a king? Beep, when Han Fei was hesitating whether to go to the steps into the sea or not, he heard a dragon boat roaring 20,000 kilometers away. Scanning with his perception, Han Fei saw that on the top deck of the dragon boat, 2 people were looking at him. Swish! The fishing boat quickly disappeared into the sky. After a few minutes, there was no sign of the fishing boat in the sky. And just now, the person who wanted to sell things to Han Fei was about to call Han Fei down and sell the soul crystals at a cheaper price. However, Han Fei left with a swish. This person was a little surprised. This person came to the steps into the sea, but left without doing anything. What does he mean? After a moment, on the dragon boat, the void trembled slightly, and Han Fei appeared directly on the top deck. Han Fei said helplessly, "Old Han, you are so relaxed. Seniorly, are you going to retire here now?" Li Daxian laughed and scolded, "Retire? If you don't wipe out the big families, how can we dare to retire?" Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei and said, "Did you go to the abyssal chasm?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is this also part of your plan?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "No, It's just that the great immortal bet with me that you would go to the chaotic ocean first. Han Fei knew that the chaotic ocean Han Guanshu was talking about was the wall of death. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Where else did you bet? The chaotic ocean, the abyssal chasm, the steps into the sea, the water with sky. Just these 4 places in total. Han Fei moved the corners of his mouth and sneered. You really know how to gamble. It seems that old Han won the bet. Li Daxian sneered. He knows how to calculate, but I don't. This bet was never fair in the first place. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. The thug patriarchs. Words reminded him that old Han knew how to calculate. What did old Han mean? Old Han was simply too good at calculating. He had almost calculated his entire life into it. Coincidentally, he had just obtained the 9-palace destiny ruler and learned about the 9-palace heaven. Immediately, an extremely bold idea appeared in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei immediately stared at old Han as if there was something wrong with him. Seeing this, Li Daxian muttered, What? What can't you say in front of me? Han Guanshu smiled, pushed a cup of tea to Han Fei, and looked at Li Daxian. There are always some secrets between father and son. You don't even have a wife. You don't understand. Humph. Li Tianshan drank a mouthful of tea and disappeared right away. Han Fei asked, Old Han, do you know what I'm thinking? Han Guanshu smiled faintly. I'm not a parasite in your stomach. How would I know? Han Fei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I'm talking about the 9-palace heaven. Are you from the 9-palace heaven? Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1523. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei casually and smiled. What do you think? Hiss. Han Fei gasped. So, the Yi Nan in the secret realm was you? However, this time, Han Guanshu shook his head. No, that's not me. Han Fei said, That's impossible. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You are from the 9-palace heaven, and the abyssal chasm happened to be caused by the fight between the 9-palace heaven and the sword god's palace. Han Guanshu said, I've been there, but I'm not that person. Maybe I did have a relationship with that person many years ago, but I'm not him. Han Fei was a little confused. From this point of view, old Han didn't have to hide it from him. However, he was quite curious. If old Han was not that person, why did he also come from the 9-palace heaven? The 9-palace destiny ruler appeared in Han Fei's hand. What about this? Since you are from the 9-palace heaven and you were so powerful a long time ago, why don't you take this away? Looking at the 9-palace destiny ruler, old Han said leisurely, How should I put it? You know, sometimes a holy weapon doesn't necessarily mean that it is very powerful, right? Usually, they just have some special and powerful characteristics. In terms of combat power, a holy weapon should be weaker than a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't it be a higher level? Old Han nodded. A higher level. Indeed. However, each holy weapon has its own function. The greatest function of this 9-palace destiny ruler is to change one's luck and save people from desperate situations. However, its function is also limited. Perhaps there will be a time when I need it in the future. But for now, it's more useful to you. Han Fei played with the 9-palace destiny ruler and said, So, you deliberately left it to me? Han Guanshu nodded noncommittally and then said, Under many coincidences, you are the most suitable person to hold it. There was no need to calculate at all. Everything was predetermined. Why did you get the 9-palace destiny ruler first, and then go to the steps into the sea? It's all because of luck that even you don't know. Han Fei was silent for a while. So, I can't go to a place that is marked as a desperate situation? Han Guanshu said, It's not impossible. Since you have the 9 palaces fate ruler, you can change your fate. Li Daxian and I are here in the level 3 fishery. Even if you forcibly open the seal of the steps into the sea, we can suppress the ferocious creature below. However, the price is a bit high. Not only will the balance of the level 3 fishery be destroyed, but Eulidaxian, and that ferocious creature will also be exposed. It is very likely that it will lead to the destruction of all living beings. We will win. We will definitely win. But it's up to you whether to do it or not. Hee hee. Of course, Han Fei couldn't choose. Since it was displayed as a hopeless situation, it meant that with his current strength, it was not enough to solve this problem. The 9 Palaces ruler of fortune also said that one couldn't forcefully change one's fate. One could only change it indirectly. This side, there were too many possibilities. Although Han Fei was surprised, he found it reasonable. It would be a pity if old Han didn't come from the 9 palace heavens. Such a talented person would be wasted, no longer thinking about whether to enter the steps into the sea or not. Han Fei said, "What are the rankings of the 9 palace heaven and the sword god's palace, respectively? Is it good or bad?" Old Han said lightly, "You are becoming more and more interested in the immortal palaces." "Very good," he said. "The 9 palace ranks 8th and the sword god ranks 10th. As you know, the 9th is the Yin-Yang heaven. However, this ranking is not completely true, because in every immortal palace, if they reach the extreme, the strongest will be extremely powerful. For example, the 9 palace heaven, if I have all the secrets of heaven, who can shake me? Another example is the sword god's palace. In terms of attack, the sword god ranks first, and even the Grand Pure and Chaos are inferior. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What about the Yin-Yang heaven?" Han Guanchu smiled slightly. "It depends on how you explore it. You should have seen your mother. The Yin-Yang heaven has the great Tao of Yin and Yang, and its core is the Yin-Yang immortal art. In terms of survival, the Yin-Yang heaven ranks first." "Yin-Yang immortal art?" Han Fei paused for a moment and then said, "I don't know what the Yin-Yang immortal art is. Why didn't anyone teach me such an awesome cultivation method?" Han Guanchu picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "The twin Yin-Yang spirit swallowing fish, the Gemini divine art, these are all core arts of the Yin-Yang immortal art. Of course, you haven't encountered some great arts yet, just because it's not the right time. For example, the Eye of the Heavenly Path. When you get rid of it, you will completely embark on this path." The Eye of the Heavenly Path again. It seemed that the Eye of the Heavenly Path had completely sealed the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Okay, let's take it slow. Anyway, I have too many great arts to use now. But old Han, shouldn't you tell me which 36 immortal palaces they are? What are their characteristics?" Han Guanchu said, "I wanted to tell you when you could leave the Yin-Yang heaven. Since you've asked, I'll tell you about it." Han Guanchu said leisurely, "The 36 mysterious heavens are Grand Pure, Chaos, Wuji, Golden Crow, Dragon Subduing, Colored Glass, Infinite, Dream Weaving, 5 Elements, God Refining." Han Guanchu read out 36 immortal palaces in one breath as if he were counting. Just by listening to the names, it was very possible to guess what kind of immortal palaces they were. Perhaps this was not a secret at all. It was something that was laid out in the open. Therefore, it was convenient for everyone to call it an appropriate name. For example, the dream-weaving heaven was a terrifying, immortal palace that exerted its illusion to the extreme. It was said that it could make people indulge in the illusion forever, unable to get out until they died of old age. Another example was the God Refining Heaven, which was an immortal palace that specialized in the cultivation of the soul. They focused on the path of the strongest soul and studied all kinds of soul arts. No ordinary people dared to offend them. Old Han also talked about the glass sky, which was where Inger was. It was said that there were many spirit gatherers in the glass sky. Although the name seemed refreshing, Han Fei didn't expect that these spirit gatherers would basically choose to practice body refining. Han Fei's head almost exploded when he heard this. However, Han Fei soon concluded a rule. The immortal palaces ranked in the top 18 seemed to be a little stronger. However, Han Fei didn't know if this was his illusion. After talking about the 36 immortal palaces, the father and son had nothing to talk about. Han Fei asked casually, "Old Han, is my mother in the river of time?" Han Guangchu shrugged. "Maybe, but it's not completely correct." Han Fei asked, "What problem did she encounter? Why did she design all this in such a complicated way? How are you going to find her?" Han Guangchu said lightly, "This is my business. It has little to do with you." Han Fei bared his teeth. "Why does it have nothing to do with me? How can I just stand by and watch?" Han Guangchu smiled. "When it's time for you to take care of it, I will naturally tell you. Otherwise, if I tell you too much now, it will only add to your troubles." Han Fei knew that it was probably because old Han didn't think he was strong enough. However, he hadn't become a half-king yet, had he? As long as the eye of the heavenly path was still there, old Han probably couldn't become a half-king. Since he couldn't become a half-king, why did he think he was not strong enough? However, Han Fei didn't dwell on this problem. As long as the eye of the heavenly path was in the Inyang sky, old Han's actions would also be limited. "You want to find me? Then you'll have to cross the river of time." Half an hour later, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore and finally said, "Well, I'm leaving." Han Guangchu said, "Okay, you must be careful when you go to the chaotic ocean. I can't predict the situation there, nor will I appear there to save people." Han Fei sneered, "I've already become a venerable. Besides, with the 9-palace ruler of Providence, I don't need anyone to save me." Han Fei thought to himself, in addition to the 9-palace ruler of Providence, I still have the demon purification pot and the nautical multitude instrument. With so many treasures in my hands, I should be able to survive the wall of death, right? Of course, Han Fei couldn't go in with his current appearance and posture. After all, there were kings inside the wall of death. The black killer snail king might be waiting for him. 9 days later, holding the nautical multitude instrument, Han Fei ran half a circle around the Inyang sky before he found a weak spot in the space. It was so weak that there was even a crack. Naturally, Han Fei wouldn't break it by force. He just went in. First of all, he set up an inescapable net within a radius of 100 kilometers. There were all kinds of killing arrays, defense arrays, mazes, and illusion arrays. There were more than 1,000 of them. After doing all this, Han Fei inscribed a super short distance teleportation array on the wall of death with a Dao pattern. As for Han Fei himself, he cast the Gemini divine technique and turned into 2 clouds of smoke. Passing through such a barrier, Han Fei felt that even if there were loopholes, he would be slightly injured. Just like what Chao Xian did, he forced his way through the crack, only to leave an ownerless soul and energy behind. He didn't have to be in a hurry, like Chao Xian. For 3 days in a row, Han Fei tried dozens of times and almost poked a hole in the barrier with Snowmorn. Finally, the crack was slightly widened. Then Han Fei opened a void channel through the short-distance teleportation array. The moment he entered the void channel, Han Fei seemed to have entered the void turbulence again. His Gemini body was minced into smoke several times. Thanks to his tough bones, he was still alive. Who? As soon as he appeared inside the wall of death, Han Fei sensed the violent blast of energy. Just in case, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe as soon as possible. In any case, he had to heal his wounds first. Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1524. When Han Fei came out of Forge the Universe, 6 hours had passed. In the past 6 hours, Han Fei had adjusted his state to the best. When he entered the wall of death just now, Han Fei didn't use his perception to investigate. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. There were still kings here. God knew how big the wall of death was. Where did the kings live? To be honest, Han Fei was very confused. Why was there life in a barrier that looked like a wall? Why were there kings? And they could fly out of the island? Han Fei already knew that this wall of death was definitely the means of a mighty figure. But what kind of mighty figure was it? Han Fei didn't know at all. Now that Han Fei had just come in, what he had to do was to keep a low profile as much as possible. In any case, he had forged the universe. If he couldn't beat others, he still had a place to hide. Therefore, Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem to keep himself alive. At this moment, Han Fei still appeared with the Gemini divine technique. The body of white mist was still in Forge the Universe, and the body of black mist had left Forge the Universe. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that the world was full of violent spiritual energy. Mixed with the spiritual energy, there was the smell of death and blood. In short, it was very weird. Han Fei glanced around. At least the area where he was, it was desolate. In the yellow sand seabed and seawater, very few creatures could be seen. Han Fei saw a big lobster crawling on the rocks of the seabed. The lobster was yellow all over. On its carapace, there was some abnormal earthy yellow halo. Even on its carapace, there were many stone-like bumps like shrimp warts. Han Fei's eyes glanced at it casually, and information appeared in his eyes. Name: Shattered Crystal Dragon Pill Introduction. This is a lobster that lives near mineral deposits, feeds on mineral essence, and likes to hunt hard-armored creatures. Its crystal armor is extremely hard. Its big pincers are shockingly powerful and can snap dragons and snakes. When encountering powerful enemies, they will turn into crystals. It can't be broken without great strength. Level 78 Quality Exotic Law Enforcement Blood Coagulation. Contains spiritual energy greater than 69,505 points. Edible effect. Long-term consumption can greatly increase blood energy and improve physique. Collectible Dragon Crystal Fragment. Absorbable. This was the first creature Han Fei saw after he came here. It was an extremely ugly lobster covered in crystal fragments. However, even the random creatures they encountered had already reached the level of advanced explorers. Han Fei slightly released his senses and scanned 1,000 kilometers around him, only to find more than 20,000 creatures. Among them, there were about 200 of them, and they were all relatively strong. The strength of the other living beings seemed to be different. However, to Han Fei's surprise, none of the creatures were fighting or hunting each other. Han Fei also discovered that the environment where these creatures lived was this seemingly barren mineral vein. Apart from the shattered crystal dragon pill, there were many other creatures that relied on the mines to survive. Some carried the shell of the mine on their backs, while some used the mine as a knife and stabbed it into their bodies. They're not of the same species, but they don't hunt each other? Are they allies? Han Fei swam out in the raging spiritual energy. First of all, Han Fei wanted to see how big the Wall of Death was. Of course, Han Fei also knew very well that the Wall of Death might be much larger than he had imagined. After all, just its inner circumference, which covered the Yin Yang Heaven, was 25 million kilometers long. Whether it was the Waterwood Heaven or the Yin Yang Heaven, it existed. Then what about the territories of the other immortal palaces? Was there a Wall of Death? Han Fei didn't know yet. Anyway, let's stroll around first. At least it was something new. After swimming in the Wall of Death for more than half a day, Han Fei discovered that the Gemini divine technique needed to be unlocked. Under the bombardment of the raging spiritual energy for a long time, he needed to constantly resist the power of this spiritual energy storm. As a result, the Gemini divine technique couldn't be used all the time. Of course, during this half a day, Han Fei didn't find nothing. Han Fei found that in such a violent spiritual energy turbulence, it was difficult for normal creatures or spiritual plants to exist in this wall of death. Therefore, he saw a lot of the seabed that looked like a weathered Gobi Desert. Although they were algae demonic plants, their bodies had been polished to an extremely smooth and round shape. They had round, blade-like leaves and dark green light, which looked very creepy Needless to say, these creatures were very powerful. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a harsh environment. Although there were many creatures, Han Fei still knew them. However, there was a huge change in the way they grew. Perhaps because it had been surviving in the violent blasts of spiritual energy, even though it was only an anti-heaven blade, its body and its dark belly seemed to be covered in a layer of armor. This layer of armor was very smooth, as if it existed to block the impact of the violent spiritual energy. In addition to the seabed, Han Fei also swam to the surface of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he came to the surface of the sea, Han Fei felt the strong wind and huge waves. The strong wind and waves were nothing. Would cultivators be afraid of this? But the point was that in the strong wind and huge waves, there would be spatial cracks and other things appearing from time to time. The higher Han Fei flew, the more frequent the spatial cracks appeared. This reminded Han Fei of the Waterwood Heaven. In the battle of landing on the island, the scenes he encountered were exactly the same as the situation here. When Han Fei reached a height of 10,000 feet, it could be said that there were spatial cracks everywhere. This meant that in this wall of death, it was difficult to find the Sky Clan, unless there were some places where there were no such spatial cracks, or in other words, some low-level birds might exist. However, they were far from being the Sky Clan. Entering Forge the Universe again, Han Fei deactivated the Gemini Divine Technique. At the same time, he grabbed the Nine Palace Ruler of Fortune and did a divination for himself. As a result, the divination showed that it was ominous. Han Fei was speechless. Why is it not a lucky divination every time I use it? I'm such a lucky person, but I haven't even encountered an auspicious divination once. It's really depressing, but this was an ominous divination. It shouldn't be very dangerous. After all, he had encountered great ominous divination and knew how difficult it was. Without thinking much, Han Fei left Forge the Universe. At this time, he casually transformed into another person in his complete state. This was the image of a middle-aged man that Han Fei had disguised in the Wind and Rain Village. This time, as soon as he came out, Han Fei happened to encounter a seahorse swimming in the sea. Most of the time, seahorses were relatively docile creatures. In Han Fei's impression, seahorses were not very dangerous. However, this one was different. In its long mouth, sharp teeth were bursting out. Its eyes were different from the round eyeballs of human beings. It had a squinting, flat, and long shape. Just from the look in his eyes, it seemed like he was about to fight. Not only that, this seahorse even grew hands. When it saw Han Fei, with a puff, it stretched out 2 hands. Its hands were covered with scales, and it grabbed 2 big spears out of thin air. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared. Name, War Seahorse, Introduction, a mutant seahorse with a little ancient, exotic bloodline. It is extremely belligerent and good at taking advantage of the situation. The War Seahorse has extremely high intelligence and can imitate various combat skills of other creatures. Be careful. Level 79 quality, exotic, mutated, Law Enforcer War Shadow contains spiritual energy greater than 72,505 points. Effect. Long-term consumption can greatly increase spiritual power. Collectible. Horse, tendon, absorbable, clatter. At that moment, Han Fei saw seahorse phantoms within a kilometer in front of him. Knowing that this seahorse had used a combat skill, Han Fei felt that thousands of dazzling lights were hitting his soul. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't even taken action yet, but I've already been targeted by a seahorse. Chilla. Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void, drawing out a cold knife light. As soon as the knife was drawn, 10,000 shadows were broken, and the galloping warhorse phantoms were swept away by the knife. Kacha! The 2 long spears in the hands of the war seahorse were cut off by the knife-drawing technique. Seeing that the seahorse still wanted to run, Han Fei twisted his body and appeared on its back. Han Fei's void lines pressed directly on the war seahorse. In his head, Scenes of the seahorse herds, or other creatures hunting together appeared. There was nothing to see, so Han Fei slapped the seahorse to death, absorbed some of its vitality and soul power, and threw it into Forge the Universe. Standing in the surging sea currents, Han Fei was dumbfounded. This place is so big. How long will it take me to find it? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Why did he come here? To improve his strength, to polish his foundation, and to make a breakthrough to the mid-level venerable realm. With that in mind, the nautical panorama began to operate. Gulialu. The nautical panorama rotated rapidly and pointed in a direction that Han Fei didn't know. Han Fei looked at it from a distance. Since he encountered an ominous hexagram, this trip wouldn't be a big problem. Believing in the result of the 9-palace ruler of Providence, Han Fei's perception swept more than 20,000 kilometers away. As a result, at the same time, another perception swept back. Damn it! Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Damn it, are you kidding me? A creature that can perceive my perception can't be weaker than me, at least in terms of realm. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I've already encountered a venerable. Are the venerables so worthless in the Wall of Death? Sure enough, when Han Fei looked into the distance, he found himself staring at a crocodile. Han Fei was stunned. A crocodile? Swish! The crocodile said telepathically, "Huh, are you a human?" Han Fei was intrigued. Wait, does this crocodile know humans? Could it be that there were humans in the Wall of Death? However, before Han Fei said anything, the crocodile's body shook and turned into a crocodile man, holding a knife in his hand and looking at Han Fei. Immortal City of Humans, why did you come to the territory of the Demon Beast Alliance? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Immortal City of Humans? It turned out that humans also had territory in the Wall of Death. Han Fei was overjoyed at that moment. Would there be a peerless expert among those who could survive in the Wall of Death? Also, in addition to the Demon Beast Alliance and the Immortal City of Humans that the crocodile just mentioned, there should be a Black Blood Royal City here. Are there only these 3 forces in this Wall of Death? Han Fei felt that it was unnecessary for him to fight this crocodile. He might as well get closer to it first. Besides, is the Demon Beast Alliance a sea demon beast or some other kind of demon beast? There should be beasts in this Wall of Death. Are they also from this Demon Beast Alliance? Immediately, Han Fei said, "Bro, I think you've misunderstood me." Well, actually, let me tell you, I have a half-beast bloodline. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter.